Formula One kicks off its 2021 campaign with pre-season testing here from the Shakir circuit in Bahrain. It's the first stop also on this record-breaking 23 race calendar. 2 weeks' time, the season opens here in Bahrain before going on to Imola for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. A new venue returning as well, Portugal, on the 30th of April to the 2nd of May. Spain kicks off as well the traditional European season on the second weekend of May, followed then by Monaco, the jewel in the crown. Azerbaijan, under question, but saying going ahead without fans, the first race to confirm. 11th to the 13th of June, the Canadian Grand Prix with the controversial sprint race format due to be debuted there. The French Grand Prix returns at Paul Ricard. Austria then just back to one event. The same goes for the British Grand Prix on the 18th of July. Hungary is on the last weekend of July and the first weekend of August, followed by the summer break before a triple header in Belgium, back to the Dutchland with the Netherlands Grand Prix, and Italy once again at the home of Ferrari in Monza. On the 24th to the 26th of September, we will go to Russia once again. Singapore unusually gets an October date, Japan following a week later. Then we're off stateside. The United States Grand Prix returns at the Circuit of the Americas on the 24th of October. Mexico on Halloween, the Day of the Dead celebrations, before Brazil in the first weekend of November. Australia pushed back from its season opener to the 21st streets of Jeddah for Saudi Arabia's first Grand Prix under the lights, and the season concludes where it started, in the deserts of the Gulf state, to Abu Dhabi on the 12th of December to round out a record-breaking 23-race season. Last 4 hours, these drivers will get to test out their 2021 machinery ahead of the opening race of the season here in Bahrain. It's time for the last 4 hours of day 3. Let's take a look around the Shakir circuit, the Bahrain International Circuit, 3.362 miles, 15 turns, 3 DRS zones, and an elevation change high at 40 meters. It is the trickiest circuit on the calendar in terms of constant time. Start the lap now. Already in 8th gear, flat out on the overtake button. Maximum fuel usage as you hit the first real heavy braking zone on the track. Down to 2nd gear for the right-handed turn 2. Left as well, up the hill towards turn number 4. Open up the DRS zone for the first time. Now swoop round turn number 4. Now, don't go for the apex all the time. Let the car drift out as you get the better run through 5, 6 and 7. Jump the curbs a little bit into the braking zone 9 of turn 8. Really heavy, really put the power down through 2nd gear. Now turns 9 and 10. The trickiest corners on the track. A double left whilst braking. Turn 10, hardest to crack. Go for the outside wider line. You get a straighter one for the 2nd DRS detection point on the run down the national straight towards turn number 11. Flick the car into the left, put the power down mid-apex to drift you out wide through 12 and into turn 13, my favourite part of the track. Get too much on the curves, the car will spin you round. Into 14 now, quick flick to the left before opening up the DRS once again, and straight down now, under the sand dunes as well, into turn number 15 and 16. Really 2 last braking points on the track. Flick the car into the left, the little corner there counts as the last corner, flat out to the line, DRS open again in the first zone, and that is a lap of the Bahrain International Circuit. Come in London, can you hear me? Hello everybody, sorry that we were a little bit delayed there coming on for the final session of the day. Well, after 20 hours of broadcasting, that's the first issue. For some reason, we were broadcasting, we were showing us streaming, but for some reason YouTube just didn't pick it up. Some encoder issue with an internet connection as well. prevented the original launch. I was commentating for just a couple of minutes when the green light went on. Looked down at the timing, realised, hang on a minute, we're not broadcasting. So, stopped it, restarted, and now we are good to go. So, hello everybody, good afternoon, and welcome to the final practice of the day. The cars are just venturing out onto the track now. Fernando Alonso has just set a time to go 10th fastest. He's behind Nikita Mazepin. We've got Vettel, Verstappen, Raikkonen, Mazepin, and Alonso out on the track right now. Joining me in the commentary box this afternoon to begin with is Ian Birch. In about 49 minutes, Ali will be on. Ali Quay, you'll know him from the BBB Twitch Racing League as well. Benny, you're asking when's Ali on? Well, he's on in 48 minutes time coming up, so stay tuned for that one. Megan Birch joins me for the last 2 hours. The first hour will be racing on esports, trying to beat each other on the F1 2020 game and showing you a lap around the circuit, really, just having a chill time as we wind down with testing. And for the last hour, when everything really heats up and explodes, Ian Birch will join me and Megan in the commentary box for the last hour of the session, as my eyes go really sore. The look of the really bizarre back half of the Alpine racing car, with, as Craig Willard described yesterday, the Tyrrell beef-up airbox. Really bizarre situation going on there. So yeah, that's the situation for this afternoon session. Hopefully you'll enjoy it as much as I will going forward. Ali's on later, and don't forget to like and subscribe below as well. After 20 hours of broadcasting, averaging over 7,000 viewers over the 6 sessions we've done and 4-hour broadcast. It's been absolutely fantastic and an honour to do it. As I see a replay of Max Verstappen in the Red Bull out there on the track right now. Give me just 1 second. And at the moment as well, Verstappen getting ready to head out. He's got a new aero rake on the back of the car, probably to just measure the rear flow towards the suspension as well, and the rear wing, make sure everything works better. In fact, I'm going to stand over this side of the box where there's no fan blasting at me with an allergy. So, Verstappen back down pit road, as I was saying, to do a practice start. He's on a very used set of medium compound tyre, the C3 that Sergio Perez had this morning. So he's going to head back out. Hello to Thornstein saying, sup, hello. On air a little bit later than we planned, by about 10 minutes due to an internet issue that just prevented. It said we were streaming, but we just weren't streaming to the YouTube. So that's very unfortunate there. But yeah, we're still back in, so it's all good and all fun. Commentators, as I said today, Ian Birch joins me in a few moments' time for a little bit. Top of the hour, Ali will join us on BBB's Twitch. And, of course, last 2 hours, Megan Birch joins me for that esport race. Me and her are going to do it together on the F1 2020 game. That's going to be very exciting. I've got it all set up in front of me in the commentary box now. Can't wait for that. And also, don't forget, the last hour of testing, everyone is going to erupt as we look at the F1 tech of the front barge boards off the Red Bull of the RB16B. As they said, it's very much a development of last year's car, just transferred over. It is very much a B car, and they've got some lovely ones. Like Susie Perry did a couple of years ago. I'm going to sneeze drastically because there's something in the moisture of the commentary box. Excuse me, dear me. How unprofessional. But Susie did it a couple of years ago, so I suppose we're all right. I'll tell you one thing as well. That fan's going off or away from me until somebody gets back in, because it's warm in the UK at the moment. Track temperature, though, in Bahrain, managing around the 30s like it was this morning. It's been the cooler conditions. Air temperature was at 21 degrees. Track temperature 34 degrees. The air temperature this afternoon has risen slightly to 24, so not that bad out there. Pretty similar to what we'll see in the race in 2 weeks' time for the opening round of the season here in Bahrain. And I cannot wait, because it's going to be a fantastic one, isn't it? So, Perez, Leclerc, Norris, Gasly, Ocon, Schumacher, Bottas, Russell, Mazepin, Alonso, Raikkonen, Stroll and Vettel have only set times so far. Also out in this session, Ricciardo, Verstappen, Tsunoda, Hamilton and Sainz all looking good on the board. And looking as well on the Red Bull, coming back out onto the track. Calm, cool and collected so far. And just about ready to do the whole afternoon running as well. Get in touch at Joshua Birch 99 on Twitch. Use the Twitch channel below as well with the link and get us all in as we are on a watch along commentary for this afternoon as well. So, Max Verstappen comes up to the line as well to start a run, but decides to come into the pit lane. So how predictable is that of Red Bull to spoil our fun and come into the pit lane instead of heading back out onto the circuit? On board now with Kimi Räikkönen. Räikkönen, who's coming in now to his 20th year in motorsport and Formula One, but his 18th Formula One season. He took 2 years out, remember, back in 2010 and 2011 before coming back in 2012. So this is season 18 for what is with the oldster, the oldest driver on the Formula One grid alongside him and Fernando Alonso as well. In fact, looking at it, Fernando Alonso was born in 1981. Kimi Räikkönen was born in 1979. Yeah, so how about that? Lewis Hamilton born in 1985, Bottas 1989, and we've got drivers in... hang on a minute. According to this, Max Verstappen was born in 2007. I don't believe that. My notes are wrong there. Dear. I must have hit the 9 instead of the O instead of the 9. During the broadcast, I'll fix that later on. See, you spot stuff all the time, don't you? Going on. So, Kimi Räikkönen, 103 career podiums. His last podium, though, came after his last win. His last win was at the 2018 United States Grand Prix. And then, of course, his last podium came in 2018 at the Brazilian Grand Prix, one race later. Of course, in that very difficult year where his teammate, Sebastian Vettel, decided to go spinning in every single direction on the circuit. Verstappen and Alonso, the two cars, out on the track. And Räikkönen now taking the opportunity to do some practice starts out on the circuit. Get ready, just find the right bi-point clutch. And after 24 hours of their cars being on the track, how much testing are we going to see at the first... Sorry, how much practice are we going to see at the first race? Well, hopefully they'll have to at least go out to learn the tyres. So there'll be a different tyre compound at that race as well. It'll be a night race, so there's that to look forward to in FP2. But FP1, well, no, I don't think we'll see anybody for the first session of the year because we've seen so much in pre-season testing in terms of they've treated pre-season this year completely differently to how they did it even last year when they showed graphics and everything. This year's testing has really felt like a practice session, just extended a little bit as well. It's completely different to last year. There's been no commentary box camera from FOM as well. It's all been very professional world feed, even some interviews before and after the show. It works. It really, really does as a motorsport product of Formula One. And if anybody else is wondering, just like myself, how long until Sebastian Vettel goes top dog, well, his first sector time is looking good. Fastest of all. Now, he's going to be quicker than his teammates of Sergio Perez at 1:07.7 this morning. Verstappen's backed off in that second sector. He's 3 seconds off the pace, so Verstappen backs off again on those medium tyres of C3. The same tyre compound that Sergio Perez was using in this morning when he did a 1:30.187, although he still say he was on the C4 tyres on the last 2 laps of his run. Leclerc did 23 laps on the hard tyre before calling it a night and afternoon as well going into it. And I think also Ricciardo's just come back out on the track. And here we go again this morning. We saw Mercedes do this yesterday, changing the front wing. Red Bull changed the front wing off of Sergio Perez's car. They had a lot of difficulty getting that wing off. They were juggling it, pulling it in, tugging it in, everything. And they just couldn't get it off. Finally, they did and changed the wing. So Red Bull using two different front wing complexions here. And they're getting Max Verstappen to test it out on the circuit now before they decide which one to go and use for the race simulations. AlphaTauri just in front of him there of Yuki Tsunoda. Tsunoda stopping in the fast lane to do a practice start. Will these guys please read the rules? You're not allowed to stop in the fast lane to do a practice start. You must pull over to the designated zone. And that's on the other side of the track. So move over, please. Race control tower in the background. Here is the McLaren of Lando Norris, who personally I think for Lando is going to have a better run at it this year. Apologies, it's Daniel Ricciardo this afternoon, isn't it? Yeah, Ricciardo out on the track. I'm looking at Norris in third on a 1:30.661. We've cut to a shot on my pictures back to the track of Daniel Ricciardo after looking at his teammate in the garage. First Grand Prix for Danny Rick was the British Grand Prix in 2011 at Silverstone. In the HRT, and I didn't know he was there actually until I went looking, because the first time I remember seeing Daniel Ricciardo on a track and world feed was back at the Italian Grand Prix a couple of races later when he stalled on the grid and was the only HRT left running after they managed to restart him because Karthikeyan decided to go in backwards into turn one and cause all sorts of pandemonium. But yeah, Hamilton down in 18th place so far. He has yet to set a time in this session. It's Perez, Leclerc, Norris, Gasly, Ocon, Schumacher, Bottas, Russell, Mazepin going up there, followed by Alonso, top 10. And we're on board with Daniel Ricciardo now as he comes down the dune section in the 5th and 6th. Down, Paul now into 6th gear, dropped into turn 8, a downhill right-hand corner at about 90 degrees of angle, full power up the straight as well, up to 6th gear. Hold it as you turn through 9 and into the braking zone of 10. You're crossing the wheel at the same time, hoping that you're not going to lock up the front gear. And then you've got about 0.6 of a G down the start-finish straight of the support series before launching into turn 11. Full accelerator again, 5th gear, 6th gear, hold it at 6th as you go up the hill. Ricciardo bravely decides to change it to P7 as he drops down to 4th out of turn 13. Down the hill once again in a full flat-out run into the braking zone hard of turn 14. Down from 8th gear to 3rd, 130 kilometers an hour. Booted hard across the line. Over 300 as you cross it, and Ricciardo goes P12, a 1:33.476 for him. Not a bad time overall there for the Australian, as he's backed out massively through turn 1. Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari with the classic retro numbers and the brilliant-looking burgundy back to the car. But many people also say, why have they just put the green on the Ferrari? It spoils a little bit. Do agree, it does spoil it a little bit, but it could become, it could warm on you and be a classic livery that we've seen so many times before. So when Megan comes to the commentary box in about 2 hours, 1 hour and 30 minutes time actually, she will bring another controller of the PlayStation 4, like I've got here, as well, and we will do some esports laps around the circuit, and I've got it all set up as well up here with the running, and I cannot wait actually to see what's going to happen, because I have a feeling it's going to be a good one, because when is it not? Honestly, when is it not in esports? To have some fun. Let's sit down for a sec and really reflect on Formula One's action as we see the photographers out there on the circuit. 3 hours, 35 minutes to go. Here is Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. Now, Sainz has gone really quick in the first 2 sectors, but he's decided to come in sector 3 before setting a time. He backed off a lot, actually, at the last corner, practically brake testing on the back straightaway, as Tsunoda blasted back through as well. So, a disappointing little run there for the ever-charming as well. Danny Rick, I must say. And Carlos Sainz as well is my original point to all that. As I'm just having an argument here with my computer because it wants to turn off the stream and I don't want to turn off the stream, so there we go. Apologies for that. Technical issues. Blame Virgin Media. Something seems to be happening with Virgin Media today to stop us broadcasting. That's not at all fun. I don't want that. I would like to keep broadcasting, please, director. We'll be fine. We'll be okay. We'll survive. Get in touch on the YouTube channel below as well. We lost Synthel after he's gone back this afternoon. So we've got our dedicated viewers back as well. We've averaged, or I can tell you actually, because it's on my YouTube chat here as well. And I'm very, very, very happy and very, very, very surprised about it. As I'll back up for a second. We've averaged 7 in the last 28 days. And really, since we started broadcasting, we've had 7.4 thousand viewers. And that is just unbelievable. Fantastic. I've loved every second of broadcasting this test. And I can't wait, and I'm almost a bit sad as well that it's going to come to an end after today. But the season is coming up as well. We will have a lot more running when Formula One starts up again for 2021. So don't you worry. We will return stronger. And I can't wait. Bring it on. Bring it on. A whole 23 race calendar season. A lot of action. A lot of anticipation as to see who's going to go where. As Sergio Perez's time from this morning still is top dollar bill. Third sector as well seems to be quite strong for Red Bull. They seem to have some form of majority that is a bit, I don't want to say worry, but it's a surprise to see exactly how strong they are. So bear that in mind when we're broadcasting about it later on in the session. So we're just organising one thing after another here in the commentary box. I'm still here. Waiting on. Where are you all watching from as well? I'd love to know. As Mazepin, finally, I think, going to set a decent time in this session. Comes across. He's 9th at the moment. And moves up to P7. 1:32.234. So finally, Mazepin, surprisingly, is the driver that sets us a time in this session. And I'm a bit disappointed that it took that long, to be fair. What was taking him so long, personally? Come on, give us some action. Give us some running. Get in touch. Hashtag F1 testing as well here. As Yuki Tsunoda in that AlphaTauri is running very much quicker. As we'll watch on now with the AlphaTauri board. 3 hours, 30 minutes to go. Fernando Alonso waiting to head into the car with Alpine, or Alpine. How would you pronounce it? Alpine or Alpine? You can say it in the group chat as well below and see how would you describe the Alpine name. It's a very tricky one to get right. Vettel, Tsunoda, Mazepin. Cars out on the track. As in half an hour, we'll have our commentator for esports as well, just confirming that with him. 3 hours, 31 minutes to go. Vettel out on the circuit currently. A little bit more challenging for Vettel this season as well. Yes, he's moved over to Aston Martin. Yes, he'll have a better car. But it's a whole different environment to get used to. It's a trickier persona as well to take on that role of really rebranding a whole team and bringing them up as well. They've got a great starting foundation. They won the Shakir Grand Prix with Sergio Perez, but the car very much a new design, and you can certainly see it as well. They've got the little bump as well that the Mercedes car had from last year to keep in the engine cooling systems that had to be dragged in. I can't wait as well, as we're going to have our commentator join us in a few minutes of Ian Birch. Finally as well, I might point out, is half an hour a little bit delayed. Perez Leclerc as that was Vettel doing a 1:35.176 on the board. He went into 13th place. Up the hill then towards turn number 4. The sun really is shining out there today. Usually around this time, we had cloud cover yesterday as well. A lot of wind still around from the storm from Friday. But now, beautiful blue skies. We really have had 3 different weather conditions. Friday, we had cloudy skies, haze, and then a sandstorm on the circuit that really did limit the running. Saturday, grey skies around, warmer conditions, but it still looked dodgy out there for the drivers with a lot of sand still on the racing line. Today, however, it's been more like a typical race day. Beautiful blue skies, the track is clear. I haven't had a red flag either. No one's really broken down. As we look at how Aston Martin came to be, there were Jordan from 1991 to 2005. 4 victories, 1 with Damon Hill, 3 with Heinz-Harald Frentzen, 250 Grand Prix. Eddie Jordan sold that team to Midland F1. He did a season with 18 Grand Prix. Before Midland became Spiker for 2007. They led that Grand Prix back at Nürburgring with Markus Winkelhock. And then in 2008, the team became Force India with a pole position at Belgium in 2009 and a podium. After 203 Grand Prix, the team became, for the rest of 2018, Racing Point Force India. Only 9 Grand Prix they did and 1 season, and they crashed with each other on that race. For 2 seasons, they were known simply as Racing Point. 2 seasons, 1 victory, 4 podiums, and 38 Grand Prix. It's had more regenerations in the past 5 years than Doctor Who. But Aston Martin are now the permanent holders of this team, looking to keep it going into the future and beyond with a 4-time champion and an up-and-coming young star of Lance Stroll, who I think might just snag a win this year, same as Vettel. 3 cars down the track, Mazepin, Vettel, Tsunoda. Tsunoda is coming to do another lap. Vettel still very eager to keep lap times alongside each other, which I'm hoping as well we're going to see something very interesting with the development of the relationship with Sebastian Vettel and Lance Stroll. They're going to be more... For Vettel, it will be definitely more of a warmer and more mentally a mentor figure. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll treat Lance going forward. The same way he sort of treated Leclerc when he came to Ferrari back in 2019. But Leclerc absolutely exploded, went forward and said, no, don't need your help. I'll be fine, thank you very much. And won 2 races. 1 in Spa, obviously, and 1 in Monza. The Belgian and Italian Grand Prix. Yuki Tsunoda, 6 laps currently done on the C3 tyre compound. He's done a 1:38.1. He's the 15th fastest time. Mazepin has just come into the pit lane. So 2 cars now circulating on the track, which could be a lot easier, but they've disappeared, unfortunately, at the moment. And I think Raikkonen's just come out on the track. So, yeah, Raikkonen down at turn 1. If you're watching along on F1 TV or on Sky Sports F1 in the UK, Italy, Germany, wherever you are in the world, thank you very much for joining us here on the channel. Joining me now for the next 25 minutes of broadcasting is Ian Birch. He's put on a white top since this morning as well, as you can come in and take a seat with the headset. I'll make sure it's all right. Sorry, if I'm on your way. Sorry. Here's your headset for one of your 2 segments to go. Good afternoon. How are you? Oh, is that the VW one you're on about afternoon?
No.
Oh, right. How are you today?
Me?
Yeah.
Not well.
Oh, well, you look okay then.
No, I don't.
Well, honestly, for camera you do. I can see
You
what you mean.
told me that I wouldn't be needed until the last hour.
Yes, and then, as we both know, the one person who was supposed to be in a little early has been lazy this morning. She's upstairs, supposed to be in the box, and she's not here. So she was supposed to do this hour, have a break, and come back for the last 2.
So we're definitely on air.
Yes, this time we are definitely on air.
Do you know your corrupted stick?
Yes, did that do it? Yeah, I think it did.
It could have outed your Virgin, because my Virgin has been okay, my Virgin Media.
Yeah, so I think that was the issue. The internet connection just sort of disappeared, and we've managed to grab it back finally. And we're on air. We are definitely streaming and on air.
And why is the stick might be able to redo?
Yeah, I'll fix that. Basically, when we came on air, we've had a lot of technical glitches today as well. It's always the last air testing where after 20 hours of broadcasting,
Not as
everything
many
goes
as Mercedes have had.
No, Mercedes have had really bad tech problems, haven't they, over the past 3 days of running.
Christian said that he really believes that they will solve it, and I do as well. You know, they're too good for. It's just this is the place to get the mistakes and.
Yeah, happening. It has more felt like a practice session, hasn't it? All weekend. It's had that feeling to it. And I think it's because they've put it on a weekend. It
Christian's
feels like a
quite
race.
happy with the way his drivers have performed. I mean, Perez is actually top at the moment.
1:30, 1:87, and if Bottas's fastest time from yesterday, the fastest of the weekend so far, was a 1:30.289 on the C5 tyre
Verstappen
compound.
isn't driving today, though, is he?
He's out now, I think, on the track. He's coming for
really?
yes, he's coming for the
I know it
afternoon
was
session.
Perez this morning.
Yeah, Verstappen has come out for the afternoon session.
The afternoon session, the temperatures have gone down just slightly.
Yeah.
It's a dry track. There's no sand now, so and these are the long run times. So we're expecting the more realistic times. Ted has a list
Really?
that he has shown to Will, and Will's took a picture of it to make sure that it's the
not
same
lost.
one.
Yeah.
And Ted has worked out what he thinks the order will be
Oh, really? Okay.
and how competitive they would be.
As
And,
Raikkonen goes P6 and 1:31.565.
So look forward to your notebook tonight, because Ted is revealing all.
Oh, good. I can't wait. I'll watch that. That's 8 o'clock in the UK. That's GMT. It'll be on their Sky Sports F1 YouTube page as well. Yeah, you're only in here for 25 minutes, so that's not that bad. And then you can disappear for the last for the next 2 hours and come back for the last one. Mr. Knock-on watches on.
You always know there's something wrong, Joshua, when there's silence.
What do you mean silence? Oh, you. Not saying anything. Well, you'll be back. Megan. Oh, I feel sorry for me. I've got to race Megan in a couple of hours.
So when's Megan supposed to...
2 o'clock.
Was she supposed to have been in here now?
Yes. Megan should have done this hour, and I would have had a guest on, which I still am. Ali's joining me in 20 minutes.
Good.
And
Thank you.
then Megan should have been in for the next 2 hours after that. 1 hour again on her, and then 1 hour all of us together in the box for the last one. But she's been lazy today.
So isn't she coming in?
Oh yeah, she's coming in for 2 o'clock. She made a point to me when I came in over the lunch break and said 2 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock, the last hour.
No, I might not come.
Oh no, you don't have to.
She can come in at 2 o'clock. I'll think about it.
No. 2 o'clock is me and Megan. Next time you're in is 3 o'clock. That's an hour later. Because 2 o'clock, me and Megan are racing on the F1 2020 game on
It's
that multiplayer.
Mother's Day. They've given all their presents out to their mother.
Yes, I think that's what caused the glitch, to be fair. Not all the systems were sorted out before we went on air again. Because Mum had to open presents. Who has mothers around on test days? Can't they see we're racing? Not nice. Nah, she's fine. She's cooking stew. I don't know why she's cooking as well for evening meal.
Why? We need an evening meal. She wants to do it.
Yeah, but I thought David would have cooked it, to be fair, because he's quite good at cooking stew. He's done it before. But anyway, we digress because there's not much action happening on the track because everyone's stuck in normal race runs, and then we think there's something going to happen, and then they back off in the last sector. The only one to jump up in position was Raikkonen to P6 on a 1:31.565.
Sonoda is out in the AlphaTauri.
And
if no one knows who Sonoda is, he's an F2 driver. and he's pretty good actually at keeping his tyres.
Yeah, I said
doing
that to
long runs. So if this is the long run time, well, yeah. There we have a on the screen now
a combination of
combination of the two.
AlphaTauri and Aston Martin, the rake angle. And yeah, actually looking at it from the diffusers in the middle, AlphaTauri have gone for a very aggressive sort of Red Bull route, haven't they, of taking aerodynamics in front. The front of the Aston looks a bit of a mess, to be fair.
Well, AlphaTauri is Red Bull, so
yeah,
it's their clothing brand. That's the name. Basically, what you usually get at testing is that the cars that you turn up,
yeah,
and they try all these different things,
and then they just should say which one works, which one doesn't work.
And the one that turns up for practice on the first race meeting,
never the same car.
Never the same car.
It's always different, no matter what.
So there's some interesting little things going on behind the scenes. Like yesterday, there was no idea that anybody was going to complain about the situation with McLaren and the diffuser.
Oh yeah, and then what happened?
I think it's. I know it's legal.
Yeah, Ted said it was legal. The FIA wouldn't have cleared it if it wasn't legal. So it must be
legal.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's ethical is another thing.
Yes, that's another issue as well that we've been seeing.
But isn't that the job of all Formula One designers, to push things to the limit of the rules?
Yes, and see which one's actually fair enough to see what was going on. I want them to see. I want them really, really to do well.
Interesting thing that's been said this morning, and who said it? I think it
wasn't me, was it? I didn't say something
it was.
wise.
I think it was Martin Brundle.
Right. Yeah.
That if you had up all the man hours it takes to create that lovely front wing there.
Yeah.
Right. They about £400,000 or $400,000 is put in to create that work of art.
Yeah.
And he once interviewed one of them, either I think it was Will Buxton actually, interviewed.
And this is
a guy
who
makes them, and he said he's so enthusiastic about Formula One. Look at these beautiful wings. Look at the things. I really love creating these wings. And he says, and so you get to see your handiwork on a Saturday and a Sunday in qualifying in the race. Oh no, I don't watch it.
She doesn't watch the race.
He doesn't watch the race.
Wow.
And do you know why?
Why?
Will asked him why. I'm sure it was Will.
In case they break it.
Right. He says because you give them to him, and then 10 minutes later, your hard-earned
I knew it.
creation is smashed to pieces by some idiot who brakes too hard in front of another.
I knew it.
And it just smashes your creation to pieces. So he doesn't watch.
I think that makes sense as well. I wouldn't want to watch. We've been quite lucky actually. The only real breakage of carbon fibre and winglets was the Red Bull yesterday with the cover. That's really the only thing we've had.
Yeah, Christian's got some ideas of what caused that. Basically, they're blaming it on the wind.
Right, yeah. The turbulence.
Not being secured enough at the base.
The turbulence of the car swinging in between the two.
Because it was destroyed from underneath to above. And with the changing of the floor and the floor at the back, they feel that it was something to do with that effect and that they hadn't secured all the... You thought they'd have figured this out by now. The turbulence of following the car in front led to an upward effect that virtually just ripped it off from its base, from the base of it. And from the damage we saw,
it would make
sense.
The first
thing we said was it's the lower part. It's not necessarily the engine cover.
The only reason it was the side of the engine cover that got ripped off.
It's more like the bit that covers the end. It's called the engine cover, but it's the bit that covers things like the gearbox.
It was the side pod, really, wasn't it?
The side pods and
that's what got ripped apart.
And the cooling system. Yeah. It was the cooling system area where the damage started. I have noticed, right, the Aston, when it's on when you look at it straight on, it looks lopsided.
It does, doesn't it? It looks a bit unsettled, and there is a bit of a mess on the car at the front, and it just gives you an optical illusion.
It's as if they are actually running.
Running the It's that heater. I had that as well. It's the heater. It makes you go thinking.
Running a lower rake and
Vettel goes through the corner as well, trying to accelerate
I'm
out.
just looking at the car to see if I can figure out what it is.
It looks a bit unusual as
But
well.
it's leaning towards the left.
Let's take a look at the accelerator at the exit. It's not the camera angle. You're
No,
right.
it's not the camera angle.
You're
It
right.
just lean towards the left.
The
Even on
rear
the
left
straight.
as well. Yeah. It's sort of like it's being pushed up in the air. Like the aerodynamics is too much on
The
one
other
side.
three tyres
yeah.
look more pronounced than the rear right.
Yeah. I can see what you mean. Yeah, it's really pulling it down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could spot that coming out 10-10, and now down the back straightaway, you can't sort of, once you see it, you can't unsee it. It really is like it's like you've cut a little bit off a chair leg and it's rocking.
Yeah. It doesn't seem
Look
balanced.
Look at the angle. Look at the steering wheel angle. It's not level down into the corner.
Yeah, there's something wrong with the balance of that car.
Because look, the steering wheel, look, it's still not straight. Vettel sort of got the wheel like a 4-degree angle. It's not completely straight.
To tell you the
not
truth,
straight. It's angled.
we used to say that about Vettel's car at Ferrari as well. I wonder if that's the setup he prefers.
He does like a good rear shock mount with a very good that can drive it. That's Mercedes.
Looks like the shockers at the right hand side are not as effective as the left hand side, and so it's pronounced making the right. If you're looking from the driver's side, it's the left hand side that we're talking about, and it's if the shockers on the right aren't as strong as the ones on the left, right? And you can do that by adjusting the dampers and that. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's how he likes to do it. There's Callum
Ilott watching on as well. He's back. He's flown in for this test as well. Just for day 3. He wasn't in yesterday.
I do like the new Ferrari tops that they're all wearing.
Classical, aren't they?
Yeah, with the shell and the prancing horse. It's more pronounced logo.
I still wish they'd go back to a
and
yellow.
It does look like there's room for a sponsor.
I wish they'd go back to the yellow one as well. Turn the heater off.
No, it's not the big heater. It's not. Oh, well.
I would love them if they went back to the yellow.
I did have a Sunday breakfast.
They were asking if you did.
Like Murray style, like Murray used to have in the documentary.
They asked as well
sausage,
if you had
bacon, and hash browns, and an egg, and 2 pieces of brown toast.
Very nice. As they did ask,
I only ever have that on a Sunday.
They did ask you, by the way, where you'd gone for breakfast. I think it was today or yesterday as well. They're all starting to blur in together with that, unfortunately. But Raikkonen on the circuit. Alonso went 6th, but he's just dropped behind his teammate Ocon because Ocon had the lap time this morning, but Alonso's time has been deleted by the stewards. So he must have gone so far off the track.
Oh, he won't like that.
Yeah, and the stewards don't delete lap times in practice. In
but
testing.
we had that earlier with one of the other cars that I've just been watching.
Yeah, someone went off the track earlier on as well, and Raikkonen stays in 8th place, and
he never had his time deleted, so it must be at certain corners.
And if there's something something really bad that you just can't say, all right, you can get away with that. He must have completely cut part of the track.
It's only testing, though. Deleting times is ridiculous.
Yeah, they should leave him. But that's why he's dropped now behind Ocon as well on his sound guard. The
open highway.
The open highway is what your top says, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just catching
the
your...
highway, Route 66, the open highway.
I was just catching your...
A lot of people, a lot of things. Yeah, that's an American program called Night Caller. A lot of people, a lot of things say the same thing. Is there anybody out there listening? Because this is late night DJ call.
That's very good. Very good, in fact. So we're getting ready to cross over soon. So you can be relieved from the commentary box shortly and see you for a couple of hours.
Good. I'm only here under the US.
Yes, I literally had to call you in as well because I needed to set things up.
Yes, my eldest son had a little note put on his Instagram saying,
yeah,
tell Dad to get in there.
I never said that. I said, tell Dad I need him as well.
It lost something in the translation.
Probably some of the swearing as well.
No, I don't swear.
No, it was me. Let's just take a quick look at Verstappen. I'll keep you until Verstappen leaves the pit lane. I was like, oh, big slide coming out of turn 10 as well.
Yep. Slight judder as well as he tried to correct that. This is Max, isn't it?
Yeah, Verstappen on board with in the Red Bull.
Max's driving style's usually so smooth, and
real attack.
It proves that the wind is still quite blustery here. If Max is having to correct a slide like that, but
30 kilometers.
What did we say yesterday? What did we say this morning? Right, if you're not pushing this car to the limit, what's the point in being here?
Precisely.
Because this is testing. It's like practice, right? If you're not pushing it to the limit, you know, Ross Brawn used to say, and I mentioned it yesterday, that if the end of testing, if the car isn't absolutely destroyed, then you haven't actually done the job of testing, because you should be testing it to destruction.
Absolutely, you need to destroy it as well. Verstappen went P9 on that time, 1:31.733.
I looked up the quote.
I thought you did.
To make sure, because yesterday I put it a bit simpler than that, but it's tested to destruction.
And that's what Mercedes did destroy their car after 6 laps, so that's not great. That's not a great start.
A very calm man who likes fly fishing, Ross Brawn.
He actually came back, didn't he? From a flight, he got the phone call to come back and be one of the 3 top people at Liberty while he was fly fishing.
Fly fishing, yeah.
Which I find fantastic.
In his waders up to his knees and in water.
Yeah, knees
fly
and
fishing
toes.
for salmon.
Knees and toes. So Mazepin's back up the track. I'll let you go now as well. Back to the house, and we'll get ready for Ali to join
on the
esports.
second camera. I look like Tony Blackburn there. Hi, Tony
on
Blackburn.
The second, on the second camera down. That's about to be
Tony
switched
wasn't
over.
well last week, so I hope I haven't caught his shows because I've been doing this. But you know, he'll be on local radio in the southern England and on BBC Sounds. And his 4-hour show, and
I've done 4 hours. I know how difficult it is. So.
Well, he actually technically does 5 because of the fact that
1 hour
BBC.
goes,
There's BBC London has an hour of soul, whereas everyone else has in the other 6 stations have an hour of bits and pieces before all the stations join together for 3 hours of music from his personal collection.
Yeah,
they are, Tony. It's a plug for you. Tony's brilliant.
So
77 years old. And people still look up to him as if they can learn a lot. Dermot O'Leary is a prime example. Who he has based a lot on his hero, and then he's got a gig on this morning, hasn't he? He's got Fridays on this morning with Alison Hammond.
So Mazepin's on a time in the moment, but we'll get ready to cross over to our commentary team as well, with Ali joining me in the box, and you can be relieved. So we'll quickly show you the Sir Frank Williams story once again as we get ready to cross over in the box. Across Formula One's 70-year history, there have been many remarkable individuals that have moulded the sport into what it is today. Sir Frank Williams might just be the most remarkable. Born Francis Owen Garbett Williams in the northeast of England in South Shields during the Second World War on the 16th of April 1942, Frank was destined to be in motorsport, but his future didn't lie behind the cockpit of the wheel, and eventually found himself dealing in racing cars. In 1966, Frank Williams started the Frank Williams Racing Team with its driver Piers Courage. They started together in Formula 2 before graduating to Formula 1 50 years ago in 1969. The team's only car was a second-hand Brabham chassis, and the team at the time was a skeleton staff. Despite all the odds, the team finished on the podium in only their second race at Monaco, and also claimed a second place in the United States Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. However, the team hit tragedy just 1 year later in 1970 as its driver Piers Courage tragically died during the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort. Sir Frank was devastated, but didn't want to lose out on his and Piers' dream of racing in Formula 1, so nobly continued the sport. With debt mounting up as the seasons passed, Frank sold his Williams team to businessman Walter Wolf in 1976. Frank stayed on at the Wolf team as team principal in 1976, but decided to try again. And in 1977, Williams Racing Engineering was born, Frank's second Formula One team. Sir Frank teamed up with ambitious young engineer by the name of Patrick Head, who only the previous year had hired him at Wolf. At first, the team were based out of an old carpet warehouse, but after signing the young, fast Australian driver Alan Jones and a sponsorship deal from the Middle East, the team had finally become players at the top half of the field. The team claimed its first podium in 1978, and just 1 year later came into its own with 5 victories in the later half of 1979. The first of which was here at Silverstone exactly 40 years ago to the day, a fitting place for a first victory. In 1980, Alan Jones won the Drivers' Championship and Williams secured back-to-back Drivers' and Constructors' titles in 1980 and 1981. However, just as Williams were finding its feet, in 1986, Frank suffered a life-changing crash injury after what happened at France on the way back from Paul Ricard. Severely paralysed, the doctors consulted Sir Frank's wife Ginny about turning off his life support. She refused, and Sir Frank cheated death and returned to the sport to run the team. Williams won the 1986 Constructors' Championship and both titles the following year. Over the next 33 years, Williams has cemented itself as one of the most dominant teams in Formula One history, with 7 drivers' titles, 9 constructors' titles, and 114 race victories, all under Sir Frank's rule. Now 77, Sir Frank is the world's longest living paraplegic and still the figurehead of his team, Williams. They have built some of the finest cars in Formula One history. They have raced some of the finest drivers in the sport's history. And behind all of that, for the past 50 years, is one man, Sir Frank Williams. Now, with his 3 children, including Claire Williams, who is the deputy team principal at the moment of Williams, she gave birth to a son last year, ensuring that the Williams name will live on forevermore in Formula One. And as Ali is now joining me in the commentary box, I'll just let him into the session and put you on the full screen, and then I'll properly give you an introduction worthy of the BBB creator. And if it wasn't for him, I would not be broadcasting on esports. Hello, Ali. It's your turn to talk about it now, my friend.
Hello, Josh. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I'm a big fan of your work, man. It's great to be live with you on this show.
Well, thank you, first of all, for giving me an esports job and commentating on 9 different leagues later on this evening, actually, which is going to be a lot of fun. Apologies in advance if my voice may be a bit sore, but after 24 hours of testing, it's going to be fun. But no, I sent in a text to all our esport drivers and said, does anyone want to come on? And every single one of them agreed, no, you're coming on, Ali. It's your turn to have a go. So first of all, let's plug the obvious. It's been showing on the channel on repeat over the past couple of days. Your fantastic win at the French Grand Prix against Benny. I was doing the commentary, but you were racing on that. Do you remember it now?
Yeah, of course I do remember it. It was just one of the highlights from our league, I guess. Of course, it was my win, so that was a win-win for me, and like literally a win-win because we had some great footage to be able to, I guess, broadcast on the BB Racing channel, and on top of that, I won a race, so it was just a win-win situation for me. Yeah,
it was a great one. I remember.
That's a great moment.
It really, really was as well, because try and keep the bias out of the commentary box a lot, but it was just the fact that the founder was able to win a race.
Yo, listen, we are the co-founders, so...
Oh, whatever. I do the commentary.
Josh.
Fine, I'll take that responsibility. But, all right, I'll say we're co-founders, but I just do the commentary. You're the one who got in contact with me, set up the league, do all the business side of things. It's amazing.
Listen, you're the reason why people are watching the channel, Josh. I'm just trying to facilitate things, but yeah, you're the star and you show your face. I kind of enjoy being in the background. I feel like we're on a great track to build something great, and it's been a joy so far. We're both doing something that we both enjoy, so and it's just like it's been a really interesting year for everyone with the pandemic and everything. I feel like we found some
Yeah.
groove, and we're just, I guess, putting some effort into something that we really enjoy, and that's beautiful.
It's going to be fantastic, and it is going to continue growing and growing and growing. And especially as we've got the race tonight with the 9 leagues. I think it's what, the 5th round of the series, or is it the 4th?
Yeah, I think it's the fourth.
Yeah.
It's going to be Brazil. So let me just introduce the Champions Series format, I guess. And it's a great point to be able to, like, I guess, introduce that. We're just hosting 9 different leagues from around the world, from Malta to Europe to North America. We're having drivers from all around the globe just competing against each other, and they're just representing their own leagues, their own small leagues as well. So it's just a joy to have them over because the competition is really fierce. So we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely.
GSP, the German guys, the GSP is having a great, I guess, record of racing so far. So we'll see what happens.
Leading the Constructors' Championship, leading the Drivers' Championship, quite a number, but you'll have to tune in more to find out tonight. It's 5 p.m. Eastern and 10 p.m. UK. It's GMT time as well. On BBB on Twitch. I think the link's actually in my YouTube channel, and hopefully, I'm trying to get it to work, is to co-stream these watch-alongs on the Twitch channel as well. So I'm really hoping, fingers crossed, it's going to work that as well. But until that day when the software finally decides to play ball, cross-promotion is the best. Is the best.
Josh, listen, we're a big fan of your work, man. We would love to have you over with your watch-alongs on our channel as well. So you own the channel with me, so just feel free to broadcast whatever you want. People love to see your face anyway, so.
Oh, you're too kind. People are going to think I've just brought you on. Yeah,
you're more than welcome.
People are just going to think I've brought you on just to flatter me, but no, honestly. Trust me, after 21...
I mean, that's the reason why I joined today, so...
After 21 hours, I could do with the pep talk. So let's get into it then, and our own league that we do as well with BBB Racing. We're 2 seasons in now, the second on the F1 2020 game.
Yes, sir.
You had a great chance to win the title last year, but unfortunately it was cut short. You had to leave and disconnect from the PlayStation. But you got back into it this year. How have you been finding it with about 9 different rookies?
Yeah, well, I guess we can't really, we're the hosts of the league, right? We can't really invite people over and then win the races.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to give the lads some chance so that they can enjoy it.
I'm going to take that as that's why when I play the games, I always crash out deliberately at turn 1 and go to the back of the pack.
I mean, that's something we were trying to avoid, actually. But yeah, we're trying to have great racing. And it's just in the beginning of this pandemic, I guess it was, wow, it's been a year now.
It has, yeah.
And before I met you, and that's a funny story as well. Let me just talk about that. We actually built this league. It was the first day of, I think, March last year. And then it was when Charles Leclerc and Alexander Albon, they started racing against each other on esports league.
Yeah.
That's when I saw that it was happening. That's when I went to Best Buy right away. I was living in Toronto by the time. And I got myself a steering wheel, and then we kind of started racing against each other with the boys. We were just immediately 20 people. And then we're just looking for a commentator. And on a Discord channel, I saw your name, and someone was just speaking really highly of you. And you reminded me of Murray, obviously.
Oh, I know. I know. And
Murray Walker.
Today of all days as well, we paid tribute to him earlier on as well. And I was going to bring up Murray as well, and that's the highest compliment I've been paid by both yourself and many of the other broadcasters, is to compare my style with Murray's, and that awfully does mean a lot as well. And I was planning on this evening's race as well. There's only one way you start a race, so I was going to say go tonight as well for Murray. As well, and that is an interesting story as well. And I've said this, I think, yesterday, maybe not on stream with one of the other commentators has been on, but I said I basically have my esport career to thank to a random person on a Discord server that may be watching now, maybe not. I do not know this person, and I am so thankful for them. So yeah, it's a very weird thing. But yeah, just
Josh, I've been telling this story a lot, and like after that happened, we were immediately 20 people. Me and my friends, we started playing against each other, and then while I kind of like met you online, and then you
yes,
sent me a voiceover, the Chinese Grand Prix,
yeah,
like that pre-race voice record, and then I was just editing that video at the time, and I dropped it to iMovie to be able to just have your voice on
yeah,
the video that I sent you. And then as soon as it started playing and I started hearing your voice, I was like, yeah, we're on something great right now. That's why I kind of spent a lot of time trying to like build it out.
yeah.
If you didn't have this talent, we would definitely like have it just like as an internal thing. Now we're trying to build a channel, and we're hosting people from all around the world. I feel like people are enjoying it, so
Yeah.
it's just like a great situation to be in, you know.
I'm loving because I stand up in the box to do the race, but then I sit down when we do the comcam segments as well, and I'm just I'm reading the chat as well that comes through with everything and all the comments that are coming through, and so our fans engage so much with the racing, both virtually with our esport drivers and in real Formula One on the television as well. We need to find a better alternative than just saying real, because they're both real racing. It's like we need a better alternative for that. But in the actual Formula One racing league as well, they always just so passionate, so knowledgeable as well. Never afraid to speak their mind or anything. And our esport driver is very much the same with that. So you're completely right. We're on to something very, very special here.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly it can't go as badly as the first race in China did. Where it was very much a split cut dash affair with the headset plugged into the controller, sounding like we're talking through a tin can. So yeah.
Exactly. Now it's just like everything is much better. People want to connect anyways. I'm reading the comments, and people just want to engage with you before the races, during that race show, before the race, and people just want to become a part of something. You know, we are social beings, and we're just kind of stuck home. And for almost a year, we've been stuck at home now. So we're just like giving people a medium to actually connect over, and I think that's meaningful.
It's a year coming up. I think it was a year today, wasn't it, that the Australian Grand Prix should have happened. And
Exactly.
And it should have happened today as well. Today should have been the start of the 2021 season, but it's 2 weeks' time. As you say, you went over to Best Buy during when Leclerc and Albon were racing on esports as well. We started September, I want to say, about 14th of September, I think it was.
Yeah.
And we went on from there. We've hosted, I think, 6 different leagues at the moment, and then of course the 9 in the Champions Series. But we've had connections from all over. We've had some tricky moments and some fantastic moments. I think the trickiest moment came when we did a 100% race distance at Silverstone. With a full qualifying and full grid, and it was 2:00 in the morning in the UK. That was the difficult, and it was later for you, of course, because it was nearly 4. So that was a trickier moment. But the easiest, I think, definitely has been the couple of weeks with this esports, with the e-champions as well, because we've had some fantastic racing. And I want to question, why on earth aren't you in that series?
I mean, Josh, I'm spending a lot of time. I'm also like I have my own job as well. It's a hobby that I have right now, but I'm putting a lot of time into just like building out the channel, and playing the game is I don't have time for that now. We all have our own league. We're playing with the boys anyways.
Yeah.
And I'm not that competitive. So the guys that we have over for the Champions Series now, they're really good. So I cannot compete among them. So I decided to stay in the background. Hopefully, if there's a Netflix documentary one day, we'll be in that documentary. But I cannot. I'll not be one of the racers. You know.
I would love that documentary.
Maybe Toto Wolff or something like that.
Just sit in the background. I'll take on Christian Horner having a go at all the drivers and sacking them.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean, like having this like live, I guess broadcasting something and streaming live, it's been tricky like throughout the entire thing. So because like sometimes even though we had like 10 viewers, we wanted to put something decent out there, and then we're just panicking because of the connection problems and because of sometimes the quality wouldn't be enough. So we're just like
The
jump
back,
around to
yeah.
fix things during the streams, and it's been tricky, but it's been joyful.
The back soon screen, which is right in the middle of a race, and the stream goes
And your
down.
Ethernet cable.
I know, that Ethernet cable, but luckily it's all touch wood. I'm sat on a wooden chair, so touch wood.
Yeah, they're good.
It's all good now. I mean, we're talking over that very Ethernet cable that we replaced for the console, and it seems to be okay now.
Oh,
so we've got.
Oh, you can't rely on that, man.
I know. So we've got a stable one, and hopefully even this evening. I don't know if are we playing a live this evening for an interview? Who is it today?
I am not sure. We'll most probably have some folks over. People want to participate anyway. So right now that we have the system running,
yeah,
why not?
Testing has been testing for us as well with getting this working.
Exactly.
But it doesn't mean that I've got to unhook one lead and quickly plug it back in. So as soon as we go off here, I'm going to play. We need a feature coming through. So I've perfectly timed that introduction video so I can change it over in under a minute flat. So hopefully tonight's stream, when you watch on BBB Racing on Twitch, it'll be super smooth as well. Just 2 seconds as Hamilton's done his first real competitive lap of the afternoon. He crosses the line and actually stays 14th, but he was 4 seconds off the pace. It's a 1:34.445 for Hamilton. Perez still top, 1:30.187. Leclerc second, 1:34.86 as well. And I've just realised I haven't got the YouTube chat open because there we go. The guy behind the esports league from Birkham. Benny says, Ali, round of applause. And question to Ali.
Our champion, Benny, hi.
Question to Ali from Birkham. What do you expect from a new EA F1 game?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Throughout the year, we've been suffering from Codemasters.
Yeah.
Hopefully, things will be much better with EA. We're a big fan of pro clubs as well. We're playing FIFA. The connection is usually better, and I guess the interface overall is usually better. But we are also playing Gran Turismo, and like even the replay videos that the game provides, and like visually it's just a better game. So Codemasters I know that they were like a small company from UK, and they got the license for Formula One, and they were enjoying what they were doing, which was great. But at this time, Formula One has a decent traction in terms of the viewership, and I guess there are enough players right now for a company like EA to put more money into this and make this even better. It's only going to get better from here, I think. So we'll have better connection. Hopefully, we'll have better cameras. I just want to have there's something that I have in the back of my mind. I just want to have throughout maybe towards the end of the quali, I just want to have a finish. Main straight camera that just sits there, and then you don't follow the car. Yeah, you just follow the upcoming cars.
That's exactly what I want.
You can just broadcast better,
Yeah.
Things like that. So they need to put more effort into making it more real. I enjoyed the game. I don't know if in terms of physics it's gonna become better, but in terms of its commercials, I'm expecting a definitely better game. Maybe not this year, but the year after that.
What I'm hoping actually is from because I'm directing the shots as well, and you're texting me if you're not racing, saying battle down here, quickly go there because I'm so engrossed in what's happening at the front. I'm hoping that they have an opportunity to stick it because the PlayStation 5 does have keyboard connectivity. I'm hoping that they are able that you can stick a keyboard in. And you can press a button and you can switch between, say, you in first and you go down to 16th. So that we don't have to open up the little text box, flick back through and go back. Just something that so it's nice and smooth for director mode, which I'm hoping they'll do because I know they've got that mode on FIFA. Question from Nick. You might know this one. Chances of Vettel getting the title? This is a question
this year?
Yes, this year.
Oh, he has no chance at all.
Yeah, no chance with that Aston.
I mean, Mercedes simply they have a better car, so I think, and their biggest rival is at this point Red Bull, and so I'd expect again Mercedes to win another title, and maybe the runners up will be Red Bull.
by the way, I'm seeing the chat blowing up as well because I'm waiting because the numbers are rising and the esport guys who do the commentary with us as well and all the racing they're all beginning to watch in. So for someone who's behind the camera, you're certainly going to get a big publicity boost here. Hamilton and Alonso are together on the track at the moment. Alonso's just ruined Hamilton's first proper fly on the medium compound. So Alonso, who's doing a race run on the hard, he can practically say bye-bye. And this is 2007 feeling because Hamilton's staying with Fernando and he's going to move over to the inside. No, Fernando blocks him. So it's testing, but Alonso's certainly getting back into the swing of things. What do you reckon to Alonso returning to Formula One then for this year? I mean, he's over 40 now, and he's still hungry for victory. And but he seems fit enough to do so.
I mean, Hamilton is also extending his contract year over year.
Yeah.
And he's around, how old is he now?
36 this year. No, 36 now. 36, yeah.
36 now, right?
Yeah.
So Alonso is just one of the best drivers ever. So I feel like if Alpine did a decent role building up that car,
yeah,
he'll just like maybe not the first 3 rows in the constructors, but maybe the 4th or the 5th row would be decent for Alpine, at least to pursue. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Like I feel like we have much better cars, like in terms of both design and performance this year, and a better grid in terms of the drivers as well.
For sure,
it's gonna be much better than the last year. I feel like.
I'm hoping
it's gonna be a blast.
I'm looking at it, and I'm hoping that it's going to be as exciting as the esports series is at the moment. It's getting very tasty. Seymour Copran. Yes, there we go. Seymour asks, chances of Manny DeMarco getting the virtual title. Is that to me, Seymour, or is it to Ali? This could be interesting. Your fellow driver, who's currently behind you in the standings.
Manny DeMarco has the best nickname ever, so
yeah.
I'll give him that. But he's making a lot of mistakes, man. And like this Formula One game, it's all about just keeping up your pace and staying away from trouble, you know, and just like doing that on a controller is super hard.
Yeah.
Let me tell him this: get a decent steering wheel, and you'll be first. You'll be the first one on the grid. So just make that investment, man.
Even I have a wheel. Yeah, he's gonna be down there in a minute. He's gonna get into the comments and start me. But even I have a wheel, but I've got to be using a controller this afternoon when me and Megan go in that multiplayer mode when she gets to the commentary box. So if you'll stay on and watch, she doesn't break. So don't add her to a league ever. She's going to smash me off at turn 1, I know it, or she'll go flying off towards Abu Dhabi. Benny Callach is loving this, I can tell you now. He's done the smiley face laughing emoji with a thumbs up to, I think, Seymour's question and your response as well. But Benny's leading Mohamed Dutas is leading the title in the original series. Or the European series. Need to crack down on a title for that. As Sonoda has had a little bit of a spin coming into the bottom of the track at turn 6 just to return to the track. He's actually pulling up, and it looks like the steering wheel's stuck in second gear, and it's gone to some form of fault. So Sonoda's... We saw this yesterday coming down the hill with Sainz and Latifi. And it looks like it's the same thing for Sonoda, but he's got the car going again. He did a quick reset. The car went into anti-stall, but he's got going again. I don't know if you're watching, Ali, because I don't know if you've got F1 TV open or anything, or...
I'm trying to follow it through the live leaderboard on Formula1.com, but I'm not really watching it right now because of if I start watching it, I'll definitely drop from this live stream. So.
Oh yes, I forgot about your internet issues.
The internet in a developing country is the worst thing ever, Josh.
Oh, Martin Brundle, actually. We've just seen Martin Brundle jump back when he was watching trackside because Sonoda comes out of turn 8, and he just loses the rear tyre completely, exactly the same as Latifi. And we had Kimi Raikkonen on a slow lap in the middle of the track, and he was just out of the way. And Sonoda's boxed now anyway, so...
So what do you think about Sergio Perez? What is his chances, Josh? What are your feelings?
Sergio Perez. Well,
Checo.
I've said certainly that he has a chance to win a couple of races this year. certainly to have podiums. But the question is, if he's certainly going to be there to pick up the points for Red Bull when Verstappen fails, like we know he has the tendency to do, sort of crashing out of a race. So he'll pick up the points for Red Bull.
Christian Horner will never let that happen. So
no,
that means we're not going to see it. Yeah,
that was my second point. If Verstappen somehow manages to keep it on the track for all 23 races, we're not going to see a thing from Perez. It's very much a Schumacher-Barrichello situation there, which we're throwing back to your favourite team of Ferrari.
That's just a shame that I guess Red Bull. I mean, like every team is doing that, I guess, because I knew that Albon was just like a better driver, but he never had a chance to actually get a podium or anything. Maybe just once, and Hamilton ruined that. So I guess we'll see what happens for Checo, because he's a decent driver. At least we know that he got some great results in that race point. And if he really cannot succeed this year, then people will actually start blaming the team for not providing that equal, I guess, performance of cars.
Yeah.
So this is an important year for Red Bull's PR as well.
Red Bull will be definitely under scrutiny. Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc Ferrari. You race in the Ferrari team on the eSport League as well. What do you think? Hang on a second. I'm going to interrupt myself to read Benny's comment saying, in my opinion, Seymour is the best driver who can defend. From that about Manny DeMarco. I think he's watching on backwards a little bit there as well. What do you expect from McLaren this year? We'll get on to that in just a second. But just swinging back to Ferrari to finish my own point. Like Murray Walker, I will interrupt myself. But what do you think then of this year? You race for Ferrari in the eSport League as well. Where did that passion for Ferrari come from? Because obviously in our league you can choose your teams. So, and you chose Ferrari. Where does that passion come from? Let's come from someone.
I mean, I'm just going to give away my age now, but I'm 30 now, Josh. And during the time that I was into F1 and it became a passion within me, Schumacher was just like winning every race. So I immediately became a fan of Ferrari was simply better.
Yeah.
And then like I became a fan because of that. Don't judge me because of that, but that's the obvious reason.
I'm not gonna. I fell into the same category.
I'm a big fan of Charles Leclerc as well. Like he's much better than Verstappen or Hamilton, but he doesn't have the right car right now. Ferrari needs to put some more effort into, like, I guess, bringing that vibe from the past, because they're just like not at that level as a team right now. I don't know if it's the management, I don't know if it's the engine, or maybe the regulations that kind of block them, that became an obstacle in the road, but they need to find their own groove and just like adapt as fast as the other constructors in the league, because they're just Ferrari. It's not like they have their own engine, they have their own systems running, they build cars in a way. They should do much better, like in Formula One. Of course, I guess even this year is going to become another catastrophe for them.
You've turned into a Dalek, unfortunately, at the end, so I can't hear you that much. It started to crackle. That's all right. Hopefully, you want to try saying hello again? It might reset itself.
Is it better now?
No, unfortunately, it's still the same. So we are. Well, I'll tell you, while you go working on that, I'll ask a few of the question quickly. I don't know if you can still hear me. We're still broadcasting, obviously, so you can still read the chat. But in my opinion, Seymour is the best driver who can defend. That's from Benny. So Benny and Seymour really are true teammates. Who do you think, what do you expect? What do you guys expect from McLaren this year? So I don't know if you're still there, Ali, and you can still hear me about that one. Yep.
Josh, I think I'm losing connection here.
Yeah. No, we are. We're losing connection, unfortunately, to you. So that's a really unfortunate as well. I know that's really, really unfortunate to lose connection. So we'll just see if we can fix it. But if not, we'll release you, Ali. We'll release you soon if it doesn't improve. But I'll answer the questions. What do you expect from McLaren this year? I expect them to be fighting for third in the constructors as well. I definitely think they can fight up there for some race wins. I said a couple of days ago, maybe Canada. Seymour Copan, will Verstappen get closer to the Silver Arrows or drop back this year? Maybe because of the duels with his teammates. I think we touched on that a minute ago. There, Ali, saying that if it is allowed for Perez to go up there, he might attack with Verstappen, but Verstappen now really needs to have full focus on getting through on the Mercedes. Going through, do you guys really think Ferrari have improved the straight line issues? They look like they've improved the straight line, but now unfortunately it looks like the turning is becoming the problems as well. So turning into some of the corners seems to be a lot of the issues. And as well, from Tomo says, many drivers are moving from esports into actual racing. What are Ali's aspirations? Will we get to see him in a race car in the future? Ali, if you're still there, do you think you'd ever cross over into racing in real life in an amateur level? You don't have to say anything. You just nod or shake your head or thumbs up and thumbs down if you're there.
I think I'm back.
Hey, you are back. Hey.
Yeah, I don't feel like I have a lot of time. No, Josh.
Yes.
So,
Right.
heads up.
Right, we'll let you go in a minute, then we'll finish these questions.
Okay.
Thailand asks, many drivers are moving into esports from actual racing. What are Ali's aspirations? Will we get to see him in a race car soon?
I don't feel like that's gonna happen soon, Josh. Unfortunately, I would love to drive a race car, but that's not gonna happen soon, I think. But one thing that I really want to do, I've been following Rocket League closely, and they have like a huge esports organization. And an idea came to my mind. We should just host universities just competing against each other in F1 cars.
Yeah.
In esports, that would be just a great thing to have.
That's what
on
I want.
our channel.
That's what I want. I know you've said that idea, I think, even before, and I really want that. Question,
Yeah.
Do you think Ferrari have improved their issues this year? You're a Ferrari fan, as you said. Do you think they've improved?
I feel like they're just gonna skip this year, and they started making investments into next year. So I
Yeah.
don't. It's just Leclerc is just an unlucky driver. he came to Ferrari, but at the wrong time, I think.
And obviously now as well, if you've got last chance, Benny, to get in for comments, but I want to get your prediction. Who's going to be the champion in our series, in the BBB league? Who's going to be the champion? Because you're third at the moment.
Yeah, Mohammed has a great shot in winning. I feel like Benny's putting a lot of time into practicing to be able to, I guess, put forward a rivalry, but he needs to cover a lot of ground and he needs to improve a lot. I feel like he made some investments lately. I heard about that as well.
Yeah.
And so let's see how that turns out.
Right, I'm going to have to let you go because I don't want you to lose your internet connection because you need it more than me. Because you need to prep all the footage for this evening on the esports. So that's it from Ali on the show, but I will see you later on in the esports as well. So take care.
Josh, thank you so much for having me and just putting an effort into just building your own channel as well. I feel like you're bringing joy into our lives by just like making these broadcasts, and it means a lot to many people. Hi to your family as well. I know that they're a great contribution to your live streams, and they are super knowledgeable about F1 as well. So yeah, great to be a part of this, Josh. Thanks so much for having me.
Well, you can now add F1 commentator to your list. Thank you so much as well. Yeah, let's see.
All right.
By the way, you're never going to hear the end of this with the guys. They will be on you all the time for this.
Yeah, I mean, we're in for it, right?
Yes.
So
Right then.
keep it coming, guys. Keep them coming.
Right, take care, Ali. I'll see you later on.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
And that we can now end the call, and we'll see you later, Ali, and hopefully you'll have a lot of fun later on. You get the disconnection call as well. Thank you very much to Ali for joining me, and thanks to everyone in the eSport chat as well who's come on and said hello in the past half an hour of the stream too. So Megan Birch due in about half an hour's time as well to the comment box. I'm going to turn the heater on that I turned off about 40 minutes ago, but decided that I should really have it back on as well because it is freezing in here as well. Great interview, says Seymour. Thank you. Well, your questions were good there as well. It was nice to have Ali on because, as you all know, in the eSport League as well, Ali very much is behind the camera. He puts me in front of it. I'm fine with that. I love it, obviously. But I've always wanted to get Ali in front of the camera and in the commentary box. We tried a couple of months ago in Belgium, but the internet connection was so bad that we couldn't maintain the live stream. But now we've got everything sorted, and as we said, his internet connection is still an issue. But it was great to have him on for half hour and really show the eSport League as well. So hopefully everyone have a lot of fun going forward. Let's read out the classifications that's happened so far. With 2 hours and 30 minutes to go of pre-season testing for 2020. It's Sergio Perez on top, 130.187. Charles Leclerc is second, 134.86. Lando Norris is third, 130.661. And we're on board with Danny Ricciardo now at the moment. His teammate just doing some long lap runs. Kimi Raikkonen is sixth, 130. Sorry, I'm going ahead of myself there, aren't I? Fourth place for Pierre Gasly, 130.828. You can see them on the board here alongside me. Then we get further down as well. Danny Ricciardo, 139.44. Kimi Raikkonen, 6th, 130.990. Fernando Alonso in 7th, a 130.212. Esteban Ocon is 8th, a 130.310. Verstappen is 9th, a 131.426. And Mazepin rounds out the top 10 on a 131.989. Further down, we'll see Schumacher in 11th, a 132.053. Bottas 12th, a 132.406. Russell 13th, a 132.731. Hamilton is 14th, a 134.445. Verstappen 15th, Vettel 15th, apologies, on a 135.176 as well. Tsunoda 16th, and has just come back out on the track actually on a 135.2. Stroll 17th, a 136.1. Sainz 18th, and back out on the circuit, but the slowest at the moment, 10 lap on the hard tyres of the C5. The C1 tyre compound, the hardest, on a 136.486 as well. Out on the track, Verstappen, Mazepin, Sainz, Russell, Tsunoda and Ricciardo, who are on board with now, up the hill towards turn number 4. Hard on the brakes, flick the car in to the left of the right of the track as we look at it now on board, and back down the hill, through the curve section as well. This is where we saw an unusual little spin for Tsunoda as well. Just exactly what happened to Latifi and Sainz yesterday. Just being flicked through the track corners there as well and back up the hill. Ricciardo really now starting to accelerate through into the braking zone, through 9, into the hairpin of 10. Little bit of snap oversteer as he came through as well. The car just unsettled at the rear. He is on the C3 tyre compounds. He's been on for 3 laps now as well. They'll be slightly starting to overheat into cool lap now, but this is a push lap. Down through turn 11 now. Through 5th gear, 6th gear. Hold 6th gear as you ride into the mid part of the corner where you've put your full down, pull 7th gear, and then immediately drop down to 4th gear to turn 13. Flick the car to the right once again where Hamilton spun yesterday. Accelerate down towards turn 14, 8th gear. You do reach, and then you have to slap the brakes on. In fact, Ricciardo stayed in 7th gear for a short period of time, actually, and back up now, and he's coming into the pit lane. That's why he didn't move up to 8th gear as well. So Ricciardo backs out of that lap time, but he was pushing until the last corner when he decided to back up. So, as I said, Megan will be joining me in the commentary box shortly, and we'll have, as I said, the esports battle that we need as well. And thank you to Ali for joining me. That's our last interview of the session of the weekend as well. The remainder now will be a split screen vision for all of the action going forward with the esports battle, which I've got the PlayStation alongside me here, and Megan's about to come in about 26 minutes time, but we'll cut that short because at 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, we're due for a little bit of a break while we move the camera angle back up and set everything else up. So we'll put on the BBB Racing documentary video as well as the Williams documentary for the last time. So we get a double barrel of them. So we'll be gone for about 8 minutes or so, and then come back, and Megan will be in the box, and we'll play some esports for the next hour as well, do some driving, show you the track, maybe even get some classic cars out, have a nice relaxed afternoon of testing, talk about what's going on the track as well, and then for the last hour, alongside me in the box will be Ian Birch and Megan Birch as well to deliver all of the action. So a nice plan for a relaxed Sunday here on Mother's Day in the UK for all of the action. Mazepin back on the track is on C4 tyres. They're 6 laps old at the current moment in time. And as well, A reminder, if you are a fan of sport, then if you are in the UK and watching this stream, Top Gear returns later on this evening on BBC Two. I believe there's a Murray Walker documentary hopefully going to be put on after the fact as well. I certainly do hope so as well. So, 2:25 to go. Sebastian Vettel is still in the car, but some new front wings are going to be put on there, it looks like, at the background, and tyres being get ready to strap on, so just ready for the last leg, really. They'll probably do another 2 hours of running with a stop every 90 minutes or so. Do a race run simulation and get going. And then the red flag, of course, will come out at the 5 minutes to go signal, because today they're testing the red flag procedure. Yesterday we saw it in the morning, and we saw the virtual safety car as well. You just have to test these systems to make sure everything's okay as well going forward, and hopefully as well we'll get to see the safety cars debuted at some point as well, because we had that yesterday. If you're watching on F1 TV, the safety cars being deployed out there on the track. So as I said, we'll get ready. In 4 minutes, we'll go for a little bit of a break. We will be showing the BBB Twitch race with Ali and Benny, the little highlights we've been showing throughout the test day. For the last time, we'll be showing that, as well as for the last time, the Williams documentary. So a little bit of a break, let everyone go get a cuppa, as well as I'll move the camera back up and prep for Megan coming into the box as well. So nice little chill end to testing as well, because after 20 hours on this broadcast, it's now come up now to 22 coming up now. We've done over the past 3 days of testing. So Friday 8 hours, Saturday 8 hours, Sunday 8 hours of running as well. Somehow my voice has managed to stay and it's still been active. I've been the only commentator as well who has stayed throughout the entire broadcast. I was really worried, actually, that something would come up, which means I would have to leave the box for 10 minutes as well, like a comfort break or something like that. But luckily, that hasn't happened. As well, as we look at the engine cover of Perez from Russia, Stroll from Russia, and how smooth it was. And now we see the new Aston Martin for 2021. We'll see that they've introduced the bump on the car that Mercedes had last year going forward into this one as well. And the front wing as well has changed ever so slightly to a new aerodynamic front, because they've changed the side pods from the Russian Grand Prix, where we see from Stroll on the F1 TV pictures. They've changed the side pods to a lot thinner, a lot smaller. And indeed, Sebastian Vettel is coming out onto the track now for more of the action. So this will be his race run. He'll probably do an hour, come in for 20 minutes, and then do another hour on the circuit as well to change the cars over. And then he'll take the checkered flag for the session's end. And 18 cars have done times in today's session as well. So it is definitely more than we had in yesterday's session as well. The most we've had all weekend. The only two drivers not going out there, I think, was Giovinazzi and Latifi, because Russell's in the car all day today. And Giovinazzi has actually gone out again. So where is he on the board? 18th? No, Giovinazzi has gone out. It's Raikkonen all day today. At the moment, unless I'm about to see his name and eat my words. No, yeah, so it was Giovinazzi had all day yesterday, Raikkonen all day today, and Russell all day today, after having Latifi in yesterday, and Nazani took on that role on Friday. And I want to know your opinions on that. Was Williams right to give Nazani a full day of testing in such a limited running? I personally think it was the right call, because if either of their drivers do catch COVID, then, or if Russell's pinched for the team like he was in Shakir, they've got a driver in there that knows the car straight away. So it's a good idea. 2 weeks to go until the season starts. The drivers will remain in Bahrain. Everybody who's here right now will remain in Bahrain for the first race. There's no going home. Everyone will remain here in a biosphere as well. So they're stuck here for another 2 weeks of really holiday. So that's going to be interesting. The people can leave. So broadcasters like people who aren't doing the first race, like Rachel Brooks or Karun Chanok, if they're not doing the first race, they are allowed to leave. And the new people can come in. So Simon Lazenby will come in as well. Probably Johnny Herbert will come in as well. And of course, the Channel 4 lot aren't here as well. Edward says, maybe I need to get in touch with this Ali Kangol character so I can do more sim racing commentary. Yeah, do it. we're actually looking for another commentator as well, because I'm not going to be able to do all of the races. So it'll be fun as well if I had a commentator who could take on the other series, so I can have a little bit of a break. But I'm enjoying it. It's all fun. It's all good. But yeah, Ali's and me raising the BBB racing a lot. So yeah, get in touch, Ed. Get in touch. As well, it's just Ali Kangle on Twitter. Well, it's Ali, yeah, on Get in Touch. Ali Quay, he's called on PlayStation as well for his racing name. As Hamilton's on a time now at the moment, as we're coming up. We'll stay with Hamilton on the lap, but there is 1.6 seconds down at the moment as well. Oh, I wouldn't want to deprive you, Josh. Oh, don't worry. No, I'm looking as well, just in case also. We've also thought, what if the unthinkable happens and I get ill? As well, whether it be COVID, which I've been vaccinated against once, so I'll probably have another one soon, as Hamilton goes very wide out the last corner as well. Crosses the line, though, in 14th and does a 1:32.886. It would have been a bit quicker than Russell's time, and certainly Bottas's, but that off-track action at the last corner didn't really help. But no, I do get in touch, because honestly, we were thinking the worst-case situation, if I get ill and I'm out of action for a week or two, we've got no one to replace the commentators on this, so... it'd be nice as well to have, well, in one sense, a backup, and then sense a co as well to do some of the races. And as well, even a lead for another league as well on there. So, yeah, do get in touch as well. We can always do with some. In fact, me and Ali have been talking as well. You're not driving. We've been talking about bringing another commentator on board so we could do more esport leagues as well, because some of them might clash. So we want to do more. Hamilton got on the curb at the exit of the last corner and just really, really went wide. That was all that happened. So, to end off then today, we'll go for a little break before we get back in the box, and we will be showing the two features once again. We'll be showing the BBB Racing with Ali and Benny's fight at the French Grand Prix, and then we'll be showing the documentary once again of the Williams story for the last time this year, this session. For testing as well, that I shot back at Silverstone in 2019 as well. And then hopefully, I promise you, by the time we get to Bahrain, there'll be other features when the season comes, and there'll be other fillers in case we have a session like Eiffel. But yeah, so once again, we'll be off for a quick break then. We'll be back in about 8 minutes' time. And here is what happened in esports with BBB Racing. And Ed, if you're interested, this is what you've got to look forward to. This is the race leader pits. Benny Callag's up to second place. He's got past Mohamed Utas. And now the question is Benny Callag going to have the toe as a yellow third sector's come out? Why? I'm not sure. Will this affect? Yes, Benny Callag leads from Mohamed Utas. And leaving the pit lane is Ali Quay. So he's down to third place, but he's on the soft tyres. He'll be much, much faster. And Ali Quay might get back up into second place here. And he will, but you heard it as well. We'll just play Ali's radio quickly because he's talking with a message, I believe, for Benny Callag.
I'm coming for you, Benny.
Ali's on his way for Benny. Here we go. It's 2 weeks ago. Over again. The battle now. 5 seconds. Ali Quay on brand new soft compact tyres. Benny Callag 5 lap on medium tyres. He is a lot slower than Ali in the Ferrari. This is the battle for the victory of the French Grand Prix. Oh, 1:31.883. Ali Quay is showing he means business. Beat that, he says. Oh, how was that not contact? Ofar Soko. Benny Callag's got a 3-second time penalty for multiple warnings. The race win surely goes to Ali Quay, who now only has to keep A within 3 seconds and B on the road at all times. Penultimate lap. Oh, but look at Ali. He's over 3 seconds. Benny Callag responding. Benny Callag is responding. 3.1 seconds. It might not have all been. It might not be over yet. If Ali's inside 3 seconds, regardless across the line, he's the winner. There's your maths for you. If he's outside that time, we have to wait to call it. It's a combination of Japan 94 and it seems Silverstone 98. We don't know across the line what's the winner going to be. It's been a crazy French Grand Prix. It's about to get even crazier. Benny Callag crosses the line in first place The question is, has he won from Ali Quay, who crosses the line? Ali Quay wins! 2.509 seconds! Benny Callagh defeated! Ali Quay wins the French Grand Prix! 2.509 seconds! Ferrari win! Renault second! He did it at the line! Fabulous! What a race! And let's hear from our race winner!
Woohoo! Yes! Yes!
You can hear how much it means to him as well. The penalties applied. Benny Callagh finishes second. It was a 6-second added on. 2.509 seconds, Ali Quay. It's 25 points. It narrows the gap just to Benny Callagh. But most importantly, it is a race win at last. For the first time this year, he defeats Benny and becomes our fourth different winner. Across Formula One's 70-year history, there have been many remarkable individuals that have moulded the sport into what it is today. Sir Frank Williams might just be the most remarkable. Born Francis Owen Garbett Williams in the northeast of England in South Shields during the Second World War on the 16th of April 1942, Frank was destined to be in motorsport, but his future didn't lie behind the cockpit of the wheel and eventually found himself dealing in racing cars. In 1966, Frank Williams started the Frank Williams Racing Team with his driver Piers Courage. They started together in Formula 2 before graduating to Formula 1 50 years ago in 1969. The team's only car was a second-hand Brabham chassis, and the team at the time was a skeleton staff. Despite all the odds, the team finished on the podium in only their second race at Monaco, and also claimed a second place in the United States Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. However, the team hit tragedy just 1 year later in 1970 as its driver Piers Courage tragically died during the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort. Sir Frank was devastated, but didn't want to lose out on his and Piers' dream of racing in Formula 1, so nobly continued the sport. With debt mounting up as the seasons passed, Sir Frank sold his Williams team to businessman Walter Wolff in 1976. Frank stayed on at the Wolff team as team principal in 1976, but decided to try again. In 1977, Williams Racing Engineering was born, Frank's second Formula 1 team. Sir Frank teamed up with ambitious young engineer by the name of Patrick Head, who only the previous year had hired him at Wolff. At first, the team were based out of an old carpet warehouse, but after signing the young, fast Australian driver Alan Jones and a sponsorship deal from the Middle East, the team had finally become players at the top half of the field. The team claimed its first podium in 1978, and just 1 year later came into its own with 5 victories in the later half of 1979. The first of which was here at Silverstone exactly 40 years ago to the day, a fitting place for a first victory. In 1980, Alan Jones won the Drivers' Championship and Williams secured back-to-back Drivers' and Constructors' titles in 1980 and 1981. However, just as Williams was finding its feet, in 1986, Frank suffered a life-changing crash injury after what happened at France on the way back from Paul Ricard. Severely paralysed, the doctors consulted Sir Frank's wife Ginny about turning off his life support. She refused, and Sir Frank cheated death and returned to the sport to run the team. Williams won the 1986 Constructors' Championship and both titles the following year. Over the next 33 years, Williams has cemented itself as one of the most dominant teams in Formula 1 history, with 7 drivers' titles, 9 constructors' titles, and 114 race victories, all under Sir Frank's rule. Now 77, Sir Frank is the world's longest living paraplegic and still the figurehead of his team, Williams. They have built some of the finest cars in Formula One history. They have raced some of the finest drivers in the sport's history. And behind all of that, for the past 50 years, is one man, Sir Frank Williams. Now, with his 3 children, including Claire Williams, who is the deputy team principal at the moment of Williams, she gave birth to a son last year, ensuring that the Williams name will live on forevermore in Formula One. Beautiful tribute there to Sir Frank Williams, in my own opinion, personally. And I could hear that as well, screaming through my earphones as well, the introduction music there, so apologies for that. But welcome back up to the commentary box after a little bit of a break. We've reset the cameras, we've got everything going, and making sure I'm wearing the right headset. Yep, I was worried I picked up Megan's there by mistake, but we're ready and set. Look, here it is. Here's the PlayStation controller all ready and set for our eSport battle that I was promising the viewers yesterday, as Carlos Sainz does go up indeed from 18th to 15th, sorry. Overall, he's completed 43 laps so far, so the battle's raging on there as important changes to your PlayStation 4 console. Well, that's only because I've just switched it on for the first time in a week. But, as you can see at the moment, Perez is still topping the board from Leclerc, Ricciardo, Norris, Gasly, top 5, Raikkonen, Alonso, Ocon, Verstappen, Mazepin, top 10, Schumacher, Bottas, Russell, Hamilton, Sainz, Vettel, Tsunoda and Stroll, all going well. And Megan Birch is going to join me in the commentary box soon. And just to prove that we're not mucking about with you here and we really are going to do this eSport battle, this is standing by for me and Megan. Split screen just on the secondary screen below the commentary box. It's all ready to go. And I cannot wait to race. I really can't. I'm buzzing because me and Megan did this a couple of years ago. Didn't really do it last year because of the pandemic and the rushed streaming nature of everything. But now we are. And I can't wait. It's going to be great fun. Mazepin crosses the line then at the moment. He's P10, stays P10 after setting personal bests in Sector 1 and 2. So stay on, please, for the battle for the esports between me and Megan as well, with an online, well, not an online race, a split screen race, which I think is going to look really dodgy on your monitor in front of the box there. But hey-ho, it's going to be fun. Hopefully you enjoy it as much as I'm going to enjoy it, because she doesn't break and you're going to see a live reaction. The cars are on the track. They are just doing some small runnings at the moment, so nobody really keeping a not as important eye, but it's in a performance eye on the matter. Tsunoda gets past Russell. Russell was a little bit close to the contact there. It was almost like, okay. Ribosome, good afternoon. Hello, welcome. Hopefully you've had a great day. And welcome to the last 2 hours of testing. Usually what I say is the most important part of testing coming up now. And to do that, me and Megan are going to play F1 2020 on an eSport game and challenge each other around. Because I said yesterday I'll show you a lap of the track in live timing, and Megan said, oh, I'll race you. And I says, okay, fine. We'll have it on. Something different, a little bit of a feature in a testing where we don't always want to talk about the front. And with an hour to fill with Megan in the commentary box after talking yesterday, I thought it's only fair. Let's try something a bit more fun and upbeat. And then for the last hour, we'll have Ian Birch alongside us as well in the commentary box. His headset is now standing by ready for him as well. And then after 24 hours of broadcasting over 3 days to over 7,000 viewers I've seen in my Twitter collections as well in total, I can say good night, and I can go for a little bit of a lie down, have some lunch, and then do a 90-minute Twitch race later on BBB Racing, which I'll be posting on my Twitter as well, the link to it now as well. And also I'll post the link to the Twitter in the chat below too. Service unavailable at the moment as we're struggling for live timing up here in the commentary box as well. And I'm sure you are back home watching along on the tablet devices. Tsunoda still out on the track, not wanting to make too much of a fuss in that AlphaTauri, but it's I've just got the session actually live back on my monitor up here in the box too. Trying to sign back in because the Wi-Fi went down here. Luckily, our internet stream stayed on. This is a similar problem we had earlier on, if you remember and watched on. So, I'd just like to thank all of my guests that I've had over the past few days. From Edward Hunter to Tom Gaymore, as well to Matteo, hello Ribozone, to Craig Wallard as well, and to Ali Kangle too, for all joining me in the commentary box for this. And I hope I haven't left anybody out there because I've been sat interviewing and talking to you all, and it's been great to have you on as guests, and it's been great to have everybody on. And so I'll go do a big Twitter shout out later on to everybody who has been broadcasting with me over the past 3 days, and to all of you as well for viewership. It has meant an awful lot. It's certainly been a challenge, and it's been a lot of fun. I'm surprised actually because it's almost like coming to the end of Le Mans, but over 3 days, because I was sure my voice would give up. I was sure there's something would go wrong, and only one thing went wrong, and there's really been no problem at all, really, has it? So big thumbs up, big love. As well as we get ready to go back, as I think the Wi-Fi has slightly returned to the commentary box, and I can have live timing back as we're on board with Sebastian Vettel. On this camera angle I'm seeing in front of me, Perez still top, 1:30.187. From Leclerc on a 1:34.86, Ricciardo, Norris, Gasly, Raikkonen is up there as well. Raikkonen looking incredibly strong over the past session as well. 6th fastest for Alfa Romeo, 2 on a 1:35.87. As we're seeing now a little train of cars with Tsunoda, Sainz, and I think Verstappen just behind as well. Sainz fastest in the first sector with a personal best. He's 3 seconds off there in the second sector. Got held up there by Tsunoda. So not going to do him too much good there. Brad 14, are you doing watch-alongs all season? Yes. Yes, we are. For every single session of Formula 1, all free practice and all qualifying sessions for Formula 1, and all the races as well, live here on watch-along format on YouTube. With MotoGP, we will be doing race only. I think there's 11 live and 9 delayed or 8 delayed due to the fact that they clash with some Formula 1 races. So MotoGP this year as well, we'll be doing watch-alongs. Some will be live, some will be delayed, unfortunately, but broadcast as live, so hopefully that won't be such a problem. The British Touring Cars will be the same thing, 30 races, 3 a day for 10 weeks. So some of them will be broadcast live, some will be delayed. As well, Megan Burge walks into the back of the commentary box ready for an esport battle. She's dressed completely as well in black in honour of Murray Walker. I am assuming they're, Megan, the same as me in the box. Yes. And we'll just start with that, actually. So welcome to the box for a Sunday run there, Megan. We were at dinner last night in the dining room celebrating a birthday, and I reached over to grab my phone to show David, I think it was a photograph, wasn't it, of the cake, and then bang, there's the notification.
I saw you just freeze.
There's nothing I could say. For the first time I was speechless. It is heartbreaking. So many people feeling the same way about Murray Walker, and sadly how he passed away yesterday at the age of 97 as well. And I mean, you were born in 2005, very much in the middle of the James Allen era of commentating, so you heard James and mainly Martin as well, and of course also when you started Formula 1 watching, it was Martin and David in the commentary box in 2011. You did the commentating in 2012 when it was Ben Edwards, David Coulthard, then on Sky, Martin Bond, David Croft. It's the same now, by Ben's left. Now you do it with us here in the box commentating as well. But I've always tried to instill in you the Murray Walker-esque, and you were quite shocked yesterday when we watched the documentary how similar me and you act in the box to Martin and Murray.
Also, James.
Yeah.
I said to him yesterday, I'm basically James, he's basically Murray.
Yeah.
Especially since I've done quite a lot of things that
James Hunt,
did.
yeah. Not James Allen, James Hunt.
Yeah.
In that respect, yeah. How about the fact that you came into a British touring car race in a commentary box with your leg in a boot after ripping your ligament? Exactly the same as James Hunt. The only thing is you weren't drunk and you weren't snowboarding. You fell over in the playground.
I did.
That was your fault there.
I fell off something. To be
Yes,
specific.
and bent your ankle backwards, yeah. So, we've got another minute to go. Can you do football streams too? I'm a useless football commentator. I am honestly useless. I was looking to see if... I've always said as well, if England get to the final of the Euros, I would commentate on that. And if they get to the final of the World Cup, I would commentate on football like that as well, because I think it'll be a monumental moment. And if they win, my commentary's on there as well for a football game. But I'm hopeless at football commentary. I tried that in secondary school, and I was useless at it. I mean, I could follow the ball. It's just the fact that when you're not watching the screen...
It's just the names, I think.
Yeah, it's the names and knowing who's where and positions. If I really tried...
I would just say numbers. It's like number 4.
If I really tried and knew the layout off by heart in front of me, I could probably keep it. I could probably keep up and do it. I think I could. But no, I'm useless at football streams. So, Megan, it is 2 hours to go precisely here, as Fernando Alonso is on a lap time, and I notice your eyes are fixated towards the screen, but they should really be fixated to the bottom screen that has the F1 Esports ready to league the race. So you're watching Alonso do a push lap. His first sector time, if my timing screen will decide to work, will be up on the monitor. Megan, talk us through sector 2's time. It's coming up towards Perez's.
It is coming up towards Perez's. Though I don't think, unfortunately, he'll make it. See,
4 tenths down, though. This could still... He's a second off on his current time, so this could still put Alonso third to in between the two McLarens. It could still put him between the two McLarens.
Very closely.
So Alonso on the C3 tyre compounds with the big back of the Alpine. That looks more like, as Craig Woodland put it yesterday, of a massive Tyrrell, and he goes 6th, 7 tenths off the pace. So Alonso 1:39.43 goes into 7th place as well. Can you do a WrestleMania watch along for Edge v Roman Reigns? I'm not sure. We're mainly motorsport as well, but I'm useless with everything other than motorsport. I said I'd only do a football one if it was a World Cup final or a Euro final, but honestly, I'm terrible at anything else and trying to do that. And plus, with doing Formula 1, MotoGP, British Touring Cars, Formula E, doing Le Mans and IndyCar as well, Le Mans in the Indy 500, and then doing esports as well, the time does fill up a lot. Megan?
I just realised something. What's Lando's number?
4.
So we've got McLaren 3-4.
And they're 3-4 right now. Yeah, the racing numbers. Ricciardo's racing number 3. He's P3. Norris's racing number is 4, and he's 4th.
Can we get Gasly as a reserve driver and have his number changed to 5?
How about Sainz was 5-5? Vettel's 5. Vettel's number 5. Why didn't it get Vettel's 5th?
Oh, that's a good point. Just get Vettel up there.
Yeah. Right. Are you ready to do an esport race then? I'll sit down in the box as well, and you can unplug that.
Oh, this will be mine soon.
The PlayStation 4. Yeah. Well, here's the Luna White then, and everybody, Megan, has been wanting to see a rematch for 2 years now. Here on the battle.
I guarantee you'll win.
Well, hang on a minute. Yeah, you're probably going to crash into me or something or other and really be mean, which is fun. I'll just Luna wipe that back a second as well, because I don't want to see the login details.
Yeah, I don't play fair.
Yes, you don't. You really, really don't, do you, at the moment? So
I'm not used to playing fair.
Are you in? I don't know if you're in or not. There you go. There's your control. Oh, we are in. Yay. So here's the Luna White then. So, Megan, choose your car. What do we want to be? F1 2020 Classical or F1 or the two below of F2?
F1 2020.
Okay, it's fair's fair. Right, who's selecting first? Me. Which team do I want to be to beat Megan? Sure, we can go custom. There's my custom car for anybody who doesn't know as well and would like to know what the car looks like in my version of racing in my own team. Vanity named Birch GP because I thought it sounded like Brawn GP, so I was a bit vain there going forward as well. I think I will go for the silver Mercedes. So the pink Mercedes. What are you going? Which one are you going for?
I think I shall go for Red Bull.
Okay, we'll go and select then. Press X. Who am I racing as? Lance Stroll or Sergio Perez? Well, considering Sergio Perez is top at the moment, I think I'll race as Sergio Perez. Megan?
Do I want to be Verstappen or Albon? I think I'll go Verstappen.
Well, that was a fairly short debate, wasn't it? Can you do an online unranked lobby so people can join? I will, indeed. Right after me and Megan have done this, we'll host one race after me and Megan have done this, and we're doing it at Bahrain as we're testing at Bahrain.
Guarantee I'll come last.
Yes, as to... well, Megan can't do the online race, so you can take the commentary.
Yeah, I would come last. That's why you're doing it.
Yeah. Russell 13th at the moment, so we will do an unranked lobby as well, and set it as well, and you
This
can
is
all join.
accelerate, right? Which one's break?
Break is the L2.
Which one's reverse? Because I'm gonna need that.
Hold L2. Right.
Okay.
Oh, hang on a minute. I'm deleting that. Okay, so there we go.
Because I'm definitely gonna need reverse.
Would you like a practice?
Sure.
I don't think we can have practice. There's no practice allowed.
That's me.
I'm only doing 3 laps because there's no AI, so may as well leave it as well. We'll move AI. We just want it. Us
Is there
to.
a way to remove the black and white flags?
Yes, good point. Vehicle damage full or reduced. Let's have full because you're going to try and hit me off anyway. Safety car off. Rules and flags off. So there you go. Race starts. Manual. Oh no, it's you. So assisted.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're not going to get away. Tire temperature gauge. Assists. Off. Automatic gearbox because I'm on a wheel.
Do I have to press X to accelerate as well?
No, just that. Just the right triggers in the back. Russell, by the way, across the line, has just gone into 13th place on the board on a 1:32.732. His last lap was a 1:35.258, so he stays in that position at the moment. So then,
Ooh.
Sunrise is its most interesting to where we are right now. If you're watching along on F1 TV or Sky Sports F1, they're shaving the tyres right
What's
now.
the point
They
of
scrubbed.
shaving it?
Well, they're
Then-
scrubbed tyres. They're
Yeah,
getting.
but he's put it on the side of the car.
I know, he has,
again.
yeah.
It's just why?
It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? So, okay, start session. Okay, so let's see if this goes well or drastically wrong. I hope it goes well. Because right now it's frozen. Start session.
Right now I'm nervous because.
But
I don't
nothing's
know.
happening at the moment. Oh, P2 select. You have to press the button to start the race. I was wondering what was happening there. So, this is F1 2020's game. And as I said yesterday, for the last 2 hours, Megan's in the commentary box now. She can't escape. But for the last hour as well, me and Megan are going to do an esport race as well because not much track action will be happening out there. They're all doing their race runs round about now as well. Ricardo, Sainz, Verstappen and Russell are the only cars out on the track at the moment, as we have that coming over now as well and ready. And I've just had a little idea as well that I could do as well, because obviously the people would like to hear what is going on the television in front of us here in the commentary box. If I plug that in there, and
So
there we
do
go.
I have to change gears? Or?
Yes.
What?
Oh no, I've turned the gears off.
Good.
So
Because I'm no good at that unless I'm on a wheel.
Megan, press ready. Right, here we go. So, are you ready? Lights are on. 3 lights, 4, 5. And we're underway. I'm in the bottom screen. Megan's at the top. It's already very distracting.
Wrong way.
No, I'm going the right way. You're trying to go.
No.
You're on the grass. I've hit. Why are you going? Where are you going? I've got damage now. What have you done?
Nothing.
What are you doing? I'm trying to get the camera angle that the viewers will be able to see. That's a good one. Trying to keep accelerating. Oh, I've hit. Oh, well, that's annoying. I've lost my front wing now. That one does work.
no.
That one works. 4th gear, 5th. This is all planned for Megan. She's found out what the brake is, and now she's going to try. Oh, I'm out of the race, Megan. I did tell you she was an aggressive esport driver yesterday, everybody. I did tell you. Please remind me I did. 1 hour, 51 minutes to go the race. Megan now continuing around. I'm out of the race. So, can we restart?
No.
Yes,
no.
we
I want to.
can.
No. I want to finish this. I want to finish this.
It's 3 laps of... All right, fine. I'll get back to the commentary as well on here at the moment. Verstappen, actually, Megan races as Verstappen on the monitor. The actual Max Verstappen in real life has just gone fastest in the first sector of anybody so far today at 28.7, and he's 2/10 faster than Perez's time in the middle. So even Verstappen looks to set his own best time, whereas Megan, who is playing as Verstappen right now in the F1 2020 game, is doing a horrific job of getting round the track. Here comes Verstappen, though, to the line in real life, not on that game. Keep an eye on my screen because he's going to go across the line. And Verstappen goes top by 0.2 of a second. A 1:29.942. Max Verstappen goes fastest of testing so far today. The first driver of the weekend into the 1 minute 29s. And that is very, very impressive indeed. As in the eSport game, where Megan, you all saw it, violently crashed into me, destroyed my front wheel, and is now purposely driving round the remaining 2 laps she's still got to do. Yeah, 2 laps to go in order to win the race and officially beat me, even though I retired and wanted to restart. That's not fair, Megan.
No, I just want to drive a bit more. Okay, we can restart now. I've gone through the entire lap.
Thank God for that. That's boring. Right. Attempt number 2 at starting this eSport race. Ricardo to third. Ricardo goes third on a 1:30.315. So McLaren showing what they can do now on the track as well in the last hour of this, 50 minutes of this preseason test. All right, here we go then, Megan. Here come the lights. 5 red lights. And long hold, and it's go. Right, I'm going to avoid you now like the plague as we go down towards turn number 1. I'm going to look to the inside, hit the brakes ever so slightly. Megan's going to really try and run me off. Who do you think you are, Nikita Mazepin into turn 1?
If it gets me a win.
It's 3 laps of racing, and she's actually quite good at the F1 2020 game. I don't know what I might have done with this one. Megan is the... Oh! I'm hoping she goes to swipe at me and she hits the barrier, although she's quite clever at not, because she can see where she is on the monitor as well. And this is a bad thing, because Megan might actually beat me if I can't get past her. Front wing off in the gravel. Thank you, Megan. Megan, the stewards have come back and said black flag as Carlos Sainz crosses the line to start a run, but he's down at the moment. So this is the racetrack we're currently at. These are the conditions similar to what the drivers are racing at right now, with the sun setting and the lights on as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the last casual 2 hours of preseason testing. Not much action still on the track. I'm still keeping one eye on the monitor and one eye on Megan, a.k.a. definitely Max Verstappen, who's going to try and take me off. I've got to wait to get through there. Oh, she touched me. I'm round. Megan's round into the barrier. Where is she? Megan doing donuts in the background.
Hold on.
Where are you? You've completely backwards over there. Oh, no. I'm going to hit. Oh, you've lost your front wing. How do you like it? How do you like it if I knock you off? There you go. Oh, Megan, stop hitting. Oh, no. I've completely lost my front. My front wing's been caught on the car.
Payback.
All right, fine, fair dues. Verstappen's actually just gone wide off the track at turn 4, and we're down at turn 9 and 11 at the moment, so I don't know whose fault that is. Keep wanting to press the rear brake like it's Grand Theft Auto as Megan tries to send me over to the Shakir track. So I'm actually going to go to the Shakir track. Oh, I'm out of the race.
Hi, I'm Pure Destruction.
Hi, we're restarting. If we can get through 1 lap, I think that would be...
That wasn't even 1 lap.
That was like a quarter of a lap. We've only got 47 minutes until... Ian Birch joins in the box. Here we go again. 3rd time looking. Long hold and away we go. And I'm just going to let Megan go down towards turn 1 and then see what she says. Raikkonen's come out on the track, by the way, in the real life F1 game. As I hit the brakes, turn in. So I'm actually alright on controller when it just does. Although Megan is going to basically try and be a kamikaze pilot. I'm through! Ah, come get me. Now you're going to have to race proper.
Gladly.
You're going to have to go. Oh, no, don't you dare. You're going to try and swipe me, aren't you?
Do you really think I didn't plan that?
Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, but you came out worse on that matter because you're back down the order. Where are you? There you are. I'd like it.
Do you know how death waits for people? Hi.
Yeah, that's just. You're out of the race.
I know if it was worth it.
Something tells me the damage is not the best situation to be on at the moment, as Hamilton's back out on the track at, in this 266 starts in his career.
Would you want to
as
turn
well.
the damage down?
Just maybe not hitting into each other. Come on. Lights on. Rev the engine up. Attempt 4. This is worse than Mugello. Can we just get through at least one race? I'd like to show the people that we can actually e-sport race together. Where on earth were you going into turn 1?
I forgot to brake.
Oh, right. I thought so. Oh, you little Dalek. It's just you, though, who's going to go off the track more as Hamilton is.
That one was actually by accident. I didn't see where you were going. So that time, I did not know you were there.
You almost Roman Grosjean yourself there. Same part of the track as well, actually. Trying to go around the outside. No, you're going to not leave me any room. See, overtaking you is always a little bit of a challenge because you can easily do that and swipe back up. You know, it's called aggressive defending, not trying to kill your other competitors.
I know.
I'm now not. I'm just trying to. Okay, I've lost part of my front wing now.
Sorry.
I'm racing his pair. Oh, hang on. Talking of Verstappen as I'm in the gravel trap looking up. Verstappen's at the fastest first sector round. Verstappen's 2/10 down on his. I'm out of the race again. I wasn't even paying attention.
That wasn't even me!
I wasn't even paying attention. Verstappen was down in the first sector. He did a 20 in the first sector. Sorry, he did a 28.774. Sector 2 is down a lot by about 3 seconds as well. So, right, this is the one. This is the one, everybody. This is the one. This is the one, I promise. Here we go. Someone's going to make an edit of these. Go. Megan actually got a decent start. She's not actually braking. Oh dear. Oh dear. Brake, 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 brake. Oh, actually, not bad. Although you cut the first corner. That's a line there. Way up. Trying to control the rear sliding. I don't think the traction control's on. Oops. Where are you going to... Oh, no. Where are you going to go? I'm just waiting for you to have a little bit of a moment. Now, this is the part we can never get through. So let's just race and not try and swipe each other out. That's it. Aggressive defending. That's all. Although you're off the track at 7, I'll go wide. This is where we've seen all the spinners so far in the past 24 hours. As Hamilton comes to the line, he's 14th at the moment. Hamilton in real life across the line and goes 13th on a 132.566. So you see, you do get the watch-along commentary action, but we've been promising this for the past 2 days with our eSport drivers as well, wanting to see what me and Megan can do. And also, the chat also wanted to see a real-life battle between me and Megan on the track. And you can see how dramatic. Megan is slow, but she's aggressive. And she's literally got the death stare at the moment, so she's not even looking anywhere else. As I nearly wipe out again, I damage my front wing a little bit there. And now I really will have to back up on the pressure. Megan goes very much wide off the track. I'm going to go through on the inside and cut back across. Megan's going to have to go for a lunge on the inside down into turn 14. I know she's going to do that, so I'm going to go deep and cut the corner again, come back out. She's still ahead, but I get a much better exit line. She's going to ram me off into the wall. Okay, we got close there, but...
We got for a lap.
Yeah. Well, we're out of it. Well, we're both out of the race. Okay. Okay. This is getting ridiculous. I'm going to. Can I turn the damage off? Because
sure.
this is getting a bit ridiculous now.
Wait, can you limit the damage to like half? 'Cause I still want to damage you.
Yes. We'll quit to the main menu and restart because this is getting ridiculous. Because it's really not well. Let's have a look then here. Do you think Red Bull have to go into the season as favourites as the Mercedes is finally looking a handful, says Brad14 a couple of moments ago? Or as I'll restart this lobby league as well finally, so we'll just swap back over to the main comcam for a while. What do you think, Megan, with Red Bull at the moment in the past couple of hours? They seem to have a genuine performance battle, and they are now 1 and 2 in the standings. Do you think they have a chance to beat the mighty Mercedes?
Possibly. I mean, Mercedes hasn't been doing very good in testing.
No, they haven't, have they? They topped yesterday with a 130.289 on the C5 tyre compound, and Verstappen has just gone and beat that anyway. So has Perez with 129. So they really are sort of like, okay, we can see what we do. 129.
Speaking of Perez.
Yeah, speaking of Perez, let's Luna wipe back to what we need to, and there you go. I'll be Perez again. You can be Verstappen again. And hopefully this time, Megan, we can get through. Should we do the shorter layout or the full layout? Yeah, it's unfair, really. No AI.
As people can see, I'm very aggressive.
No AI. Just me and you. Gameplay settings. Where's the damage? Off.
No!
Fine, reduced.
Reduce. Thank you. I still want to hit you.
Weather sunrise, which is pretty much similar to where we are now. So start session, Megan hit square. Oh, we're in.
It's X.
Yes. Well, it was square as well to start the session, so I don't know what X was. You just probably put us into a 3-hour practice session, which is just great as well out there. We've only got 40 minutes, Megan, by the way, until Ian Burns joins us for the last hour
So,
testing.
you can commentate in his children racing.
Yes, but there's an issue.
He'll be proud of me.
No, he'd be worried of it. And also, I don't think your controller's got much battery charge left, so I'd like to get... that's why I said you won't be doing the eSport race. So yeah, I'd like to get this done. Anyway.
I'm aggressive when it comes to driving.
No, you're just aggressive.
Slow and steady wins a race. Well, slow and aggressive wins a race.
Here we go again then, guys. Lights on. And... oh, here we go. Oh, Megan, where was that start?
My finger slipped.
Off the accelerator and you didn't notice?
Yes.
Should I be worried about launch into turn 1?
No.
Oh, okay. Megan's actually playing the game. That was a coy. That was planned, wasn't it, from you there?
No, of course
I should maybe keep an eye on the track because looking up there, George Russell had a little lock-up coming down into turn 9! You've still got a bit of my front wing on the front there. On the rear of your tyre. I'm through. Oh, you little... I can't never trust you anymore where you're going to go on the track. It's always like... see, watching one... oh, that would have put me in the wall. I've lost my front wing, but never mind. That would have been a DNF previously. It's because I'm trying to keep an eye on 3 different things, as I've got a horrible understeer with no front wing coming into the back half of the track. Oh, I forgot, I've got overtake as well. We can use that on L1. So I'm going to brake down a little bit. Look how much. I'm going to change the front brake suspension bias, otherwise I'm just never going to brake, am I? Through this... not with you. You haven't lost your front wing. You're still fine.
Damn it.
Where are you anyway? Oh, there you are. I see you. I can see you just in front of me on the circuit as well. Russell.
What about now?
Still in front of me. Russell, Hamilton, Sainz, and Ricciardo. The car's out of the track at the moment. In the 1 hour 38 minutes left of testing. We're watching at the moment as me and Megan try the eSport race battle that we were on about. Megan's trying to drive me into the pit wall. She thinks she's Alain Prost versus Ayrton Senna. What is that I've got on me? On my car? What is that? Is that your front wing? That's my front wing. Oh. Sorry, I may have accidentally hit you off the track. I've got no braking, you see.
I have no problem with it.
Where are you? Oh, you've gone straight ahead. Okay.
There's no rules.
Well, this is fun as well, just to have a little bit of a chill with an eSport race that everybody wanted to see over the past few days here on the YouTube channel. Always been said as well in private with the eSport slot saying, let's see you versus Megan and see what talents you've both got. Well, as you can see, absolutely no talent on both sides. Megan's an aggressive defender and won't let me pass her. I could pass her if I really tried, but the problem is she'll just run me out of road, like there, making me go around the outside on the track. In real life, oh, I'm out of the race. You brake tested me.
Oops.
Yeah, that was a brake test. That was a complete brake test as well.
Maybe you shouldn't follow me directly.
Oh dear. See, this is what happens when Megan plays games. She turns aggressive. If we were playing Call of Duty right now, which we can't because it's a racing league, she would just be shooting me non-stop. Here we go. 5 red lights on. Ricciardo's fastest of all, by the way, in the first sector, as Megan's finger slips again on the accelerator.
Ooh.
So Ricciardo at the moment, fastest first sector of all out on the track, so he could set the fastest time of all of testing. Meantime, I'm going to go to the inside. I've got a good opportunity to get through. I on Megan, although she's probably going to dive bomb me. Yeah. And where did that get you, Megan? Ricardo just coming through, turn 11 right now, smooth on the inside line of the track as well. A little bit of oversteer at the exit if I should really be paying attention to one screen at a time. Second sector time now for Ricardo. He's only 20 thousandths off, so 2/10 or 200ths off of the pace as well. Not bad here from Ricardo. Is he about to take the top honours away from Verstappen? In terms of the running order, he's not. I'm doing two screens at once here. Nice through the last corner. Doesn't get it too wide at the exit. And Ricardo crosses the line and goes second on a 1:30.144. Right, back to the esport action. I can finally now keep an eye on the track. Megan's just a couple of corners ahead of me, but I've already lost part of my front wing. Megan just is an aggressive defender, so that's an interesting part to have a go at as well to try and keep on the circuit. This is a little bit of a battle. In the last 1 hour, 35 minutes to go. I've got a terrible rumble on the front end of the car. I can't seem to turn in. I've only got damage, I think, to the little... Oh, no, I've got no damage. And yeah, it feels bad. That's weird. Megan's up on the track there somewhere. There she is. She's behind me now. I knew you were going to launch up the inside and not brake. I thought, oh, let's just wait. Through I go. It's your job now to catch me up. This is fun. Benny, if you're watching, and I know you probably are, this is how not to do esport racing. Yeah, there you are. This is where we crashed a lap ago. Do you think we could just make it to lap 1? Everybody, round of applause. We've made it past the opening lap of the race. It's lap 2. Oh, Megan! Why did you try that swipe? It just gave you damage. It's not going to help anybody.
I needed an advantage.
It's not going to help anybody, though. Yeah, but no, you've got a disadvantage now. Oh!
That was my advantage.
You cheat. That's on camera. This is why we don't do the challenges anymore. People asked yesterday after viewing it, the eSport challenge we did a couple of years ago in Japan on the channel. Why on earth did you do it? And I was like, well, it's either that or that. This is year 3 on YouTube now, here with everybody, and the year 2 of watch-alongs, and the first time we've done pre-season testing in full. Vettel, by the way, in real life...
Where did you go?
I'm in the wall. Vettel, by the way, in real life is coming out of the last corner and is looking quite good. I cannot control this racing point for the life of me. Vettel crosses the line now. His fastest sector 1 and 2 with his personal best, moves up to 15th. Still 5 seconds off the pace though. Verstappen, it's a 1:35.041. He's just done. Hamilton is just behind him as well. Megan, you're about half a lap in front of me, so you might actually win this, and it's my fault as well.
Yeah, I didn't even just force you into that thing just now.
No, I did that error. I'm now going to keep my eyes completely glued on one side of the track because I really need to get in front. This is just how similar the track conditions look right now, by the way, on track, with the sun setting and the lights coming on. If you're watching along on F1 TV as well, you can see a beautiful image at the moment of the race control tower. And Megan, you are very much stood in front of me as we enter the last lap of the race. So this could be a little bit of a do-or-die situation here.
I love how you have the fastest lap and yet I'm first.
You're Max Verstappen. You've got the fastest lap of the race. I'm not going to have the fastest lap of the race. Oh, I have. Where are you? Megan, pay attention! Megan, pay attention. Forget what's happening up there because Alonso's on the track. Just pay attention to the test. No, pay attention to the eSport League. Pay attention to eSport because you have a chance to win this. And
I'm paying attention to 3 things at once and think I'm better than you.
Yes, I think you've proved it there. But Megan, you have an opportunity here to beat me live on air, which is not nice. I'm the racing point. Megan is in the Red Bull, although I am catching her quite a little bit.
Shouldn't you be worried about that?
Yep. Oh, you're in the gravel at the exit there, so I'm just going to accelerate and see how long. Yeah, there's a braking zone here, by the way, a very hard one to turn 9, which I can master. There we go. It's not on the wheel as well, and it's in split screen, so you get that party effect as well of how bad it is. This is actually very, very close, isn't it, at the moment for the last lap? There you are. Have you held up? Wait for me. No. If you're going to win this, you win this fair and square. Oh, you cheating little. Oh, that's not fair. I'm not taking a leaf out of your book. Oh, this is actually getting very, very close now. I can't pull alongside because I'm not close enough. So I'm going to slip in your slip into the inch. No. No, God, no. Hang on a minute. No. I will go for the line. I am going for the line. So if you're not there, no, shit. Oh no, I've sworn. Damn. 3 years on air, and that's the first time because I think you're coming alongside me to swipe me out, but you've actually just gone straight on because I wasn't looking. Damn.
I was paying attention to testing your screen and my screen.
I do apologise. Oh, it's nothing, is it? As we've said before. I'm angry. I'm not angry. Well done, Megan. Well done. There you go.
You can win the other one.
No, that's fine. Well, there you go. Megan's better than me on esports.
No, of course not. I'm just aggressive.
I can't believe
You play by the rules.
Can't believe I let that slip.
Well, we're used to it when we play these games.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention, but there you go. Half an hour of Megan being a control freak on the track as well as we enter the last 90 minutes of pre-season testing.
Who's an aggressive driver on the track currently?
Mazepin, I would say, is one of the most aggressive
Who
out there at the
else?
moment. I'm saying bleep, by the way. I'm bleeping that out.
Who
there you go.
else?
All fun of testing. Yeah, go on. What?
Who else?
What, bad drivers out there in terms of
No.
aggressive drivers.
Aggressive.
Alonso is his reputation. He says he's an aggressive driver out there. I would say, looking at that, Ocon, Perez, so those type of drivers. Mazepin's very aggressive with defending. Your moves are more Mazepin to completely block me off on one side of the track compared to the other.
Well, it's all I could think of doing.
Yes, I noticed that as Raikkonen crosses the line and goes P4 on a 1:30.441.
You see, after so many years, you just start to learn that it's just best to go in front of Joshua.
Yes, and then you can brake test me.
Yes.
And also the fact that I will never, ever be able to get back past whilst you brake test me.
Yes.
Yes, well done, Megan. Very well done. I'm very proud of you.
I'm a strategist.
We will replay that later as well. But there you go. There's all the information that you need to know about how bad we can be on esport games with each other. So there you go, everybody who wanted to watch.
What are you going to do that long thing?
It won't work because the internet isn't on. So I will timestamp that little esport battle for you all post race, and you can go back and have a watch. And the actual race itself, after the 5 or 6 red flag restart procedures that we had to do because Megan decided to, well, basically, David Coulthard Spa 98 the entire of me in the field.
Well, if you're going to put full damage on.
Yeah, I turned off the damage and made it back to reduced as well. So let's catch up then as Vettel is having more fuel put into the car and more of all of the last run. I did say an hour ago he'll go out, he'll do an hour, he'll come in with 90 minutes to go, and they'll refuel the car. They'll probably go out with an hour and 15 to go, do 45 minutes, stop, and then go out for the last 10 minutes of the session as well, before we will have a planned red flag with 5 minutes to go that will signal the end of the day effectively as they test the red flag procedure. Can't believe we're into the last 90 minutes of testing, Megan. It seems very bizarre. Don't you think that it's suddenly?
We spent half an hour racing.
Yeah, we spent half an hour racing as well, but it seems very bizarre, doesn't it? I've just pulled the wrong thing out. It's very odd that we spent all this time broadcasting, all this time looking at the testing, thinking who's fastest, who's not, and we're going to leave here with no real idea of what Mercedes have in terms of pace. That's the interesting part as well. I'm going to find quite interesting as Hamilton 13th, and Bottas 12th. Mercedes completely have been sandbagging today. They've gone through their own little routine because no way on earth is that Mercedes that slow. No. So I'm very much expecting them to be like a last minute C5 low fuel run from Mercedes just to prove to everybody, by the way, we're still quick and we're still here. Looking at this at the moment, we have Verstappen back out on the track as well as Raikkonen and Mazepin. We've just concluded our esport battle. And Megan, there is now a lot of mechanics working on the airbox area of Sebastian Vettel's car. Vettel, I can see, by the way, is not wearing his usual BWT pink helmet. He's back to his traditional white helmet with the German flag over it as well. As WTF1, I think, has nicked my idea and has just gone live for the final hour of testing. So you jammy dodgers to nick that idea. Everyone stay here because we've been dedicated and they've just come in for the last half hour to muck around and not really say anything. So everybody, please do stay here and keep watching along with us. We've put in the hours. I've put in 24 hours throughout all this for all of esports, for all of testing. And my mind still hasn't come back to me. And Megan, you've been in the box, I think, 4 or 5 hours over the past couple of days as well. It's nice. It's been a nice little run as well.
I have.
We'll run through the times then as Verstappen, Mazepin and Raikkonen are out on the track. Verstappen is the fastest, a 1:29.942. Ricciardo is second, followed by Perez, Raikkonen, Leclerc, Alonso, Norris, Gasly and Ocon, and then Mazepin back out on the track in 10th place. Followed then down by Schumacher, Bottas, Hamilton, Russell, Vettel, Sainz, Tsunoda and Stroll, all at the moment on the track, which I find fantastic out there. And a lot of passion out here today, Megan, a lot of charge as well. They all want to go into the season with the best possible car. And who do you think personally has got that opportunity to go, okay, this could go really, really well?
I think that either Red Bull or McLaren.
Red Bull McLaren is to challenge Mercedes this year.
Yeah.
Smooth call, yeah, I agree with that. I think Red Bull stand a very good chance of, as I think Ali said during the segment he was on, before you came into the commentary box as well, I think it's going to be very much a Red Bull, Mercedes will take pole position. No, not Ali, sorry, not Ali. Ed said this morning. Edward said this morning, it's going to be Mercedes taking pole position in the first race, but it will be Red Bull winning. Because I don't think Mercedes have got their race pace sorted out just yet. I think Red Bull look incredibly quick on these tyres as well. Going forward, as Benny is still in the chat as well, I can see, with a laughy face, a clappy and a thumbs up as hello, because Verstappen has set the fastest first sector of his own best time, and he set a 10th and a half quicker in sector 2. So Verstappen's 1:29.942 could be about to be beaten. Are we about to see another top time in testing on those development tyres? We are. Verstappen goes top with a 1:29.792. That is now the new testing benchmark. And he was slow, Megan, in the third sector and still managed to go fastest. That's a great look and a great alternative angle to all this.
It is. Also, the reason why I'm so happy with the fact that I beat Joshua is because I never seem to beat him when we're off air.
No, if we're off air, you never win.
Yeah, but when I'm on here.
I genuinely thought I would have just gone to the line, but I genuinely thought you were about to swipe me because I thought
I didn't know where you were.
I was
trying to swipe you.
I looked at the bottom of the screen and I thought, hang on a minute, she's coming back on the track there, much like Verstappen is in real life right now, moving along. But I genuinely thought
I was going to try and whack you into the pit lane, though I didn't know where you were.
Yeah, so I backed out and then I thought, oh no, through she goes. Yeah. And she took the victory.
So that's both of us not knowing where the hell the other one was.
Yes, basically. Yeah. That's so annoying.
It's the only way for me to win.
By cheating.
Yeah.
By putting the fear of God into everybody that you're going to get past them on the run.
Well, it's easy to put the fear of God into everyone.
Megan, would you just take us through the time from Verstappen to Ricciardo? The two differences?
So Ricciardo and Verstappen have a 0. I'm going to say 4 tenths difference.
Yep, 0.352. So you got there quite well, actually. Hi, Wednesday F1 2020 online lobby. Sadly, it's not working. I tried to get it working, but the internet access in here without the Ethernet has caused an issue, so we can't do it. But I do want to do one, so I'll set that up. If you go to @JoshuaBirch99 on my Twitter, I will set one up Tuesday evening. I will set an esport league. I will set an esport race up. So at Joshua Birch 99 on Twitch, and keep an eye on that because I'll put it on Tuesday evening, and I'll set a race up and we'll do a race and get loads of people in as well and do a little fun race. So I've said that live on air now, so I'll stick to it. So at Joshua Birch 99, check my Twitter tomorrow. I'll put the details on of when it's going to be, how to come in as well, and everything like that as well. So we'll do a little fun race with some of the fans and all the esport lots as well. As a thank you for staying in the chat for so long and staying. So please, really, I mean that so much. Keep an eye on my Twitter.
And I won't join because I don't want to ram you all off the track.
And Megan, yeah. So Tuesday, keep an eye on my Twitter. I'll drop the details, and we'll do a little 25% distance race and for a little bit of fun as well. Yuki Tsunoda, or 25% distance actually, let's go the whole hog. Yuki Tsunoda out there on the track at the moment, just coming across the start line in just a second. Mazepin's behind him about half a lap, and then 3/4 of a lap behind. Alonso and Verstappen are together on the back of the track. So yeah, sadly it wouldn't work, but we will have it back on Tuesday. Keep an eye on my Twitter. We'll do it off live as well, and we'll just do it properly and racing as well on the PS4 and PS5 consoles as well. You've still got, and we'll have a nice little race on Tuesday. As I said, details will come tomorrow. I'll tweet them on how to get involved as well. So that'll be fun. A little bit of a race, a little bit of a relax. It'd be nice to actually get into some racing modes, and we'll have a little quali before as well in a race. I think we'll do a proper esport battle and get everyone involved and see what it looks like. Tsunoda, first sector is green, so he set a personal best time. Sector 2, though, he's about 20 seconds in front of Megan, and he's looking quite good. He's on a red tyre compound of C4, so this could be quite a good lap here from Tsunoda. Verstappen was on the test tyre actually, so we don't know what that compound would be. If it would be C5 or the possible development tyre for 2021. The alternate compound mixture of the softs, but it was very, very quick. Tsunoda 1.1 seconds off of Verstappen's time, but he is looking quite quick for his own improvement on the lap time. So I was trying to tap you there to take over, but I couldn't. You wouldn't know what I was going to say. Tsunoda to the line then. Cross the line in 3, 2, 1, and goes ninth. Ninth place for Tsunoda, 131.228. Very quick time there for the young Japanese driver. Megan's going to pay attention to the monitor now because Fernando Alonso's on a fast lap on the C4 tyres. And he's set the fastest first sector of anybody so far. So Alonso looking strong here in the Alpine with the Renault engine. Or the Alpine engine. It's a Renault engine. So this is looking quite quick. Down now, up towards turn 11, flick the car in towards the left, over the banking part of the track. The track now climbs uphill towards the sand dunes once again, the same height as it would be at the top hill. He's 3/10 off Verstappen's time. This, Megan, could put him into second position. Ricciardo's time is a 1:31.44. So that's the time Alonso needs to beat, a 1:30.144 to see where he could be. Or alternatively, he could drop in ahead of Raikkonen and in between behind Perez, and he does that. So yeah, Alonso goes fourth on a 1:33.18 and slots in between Perez and Raikkonen. So Alonso fourth, Megan, and that looks to be a representative time as well. So making you happy that it might be on the podium?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it in about 17 minutes when Ian Birch joins us and dancing in. You've got Lewis Hamilton versus Fernando Alonso all over again. You two in 2007 commentating on that would have been interesting. That really would have been interesting. The Hamilton
Unfortunately, I didn't know how to say full sentences.
Yes, but if you were now, but with the 2007 season, that would have been very interesting to commentate on you both with, to see who would have been where. Although, would have looked very different, of course, back then. YouTube was a thing, but no live streams back in those days. I don't think we would have been doing it, actually, live streaming, because you would have had to have a website of your own to do that, like all the web shows had back in those days, a dedicated website to stream on. as well. And the popularity of that would be very hard to find. So, yeah. The decades of technology. And we wouldn't have been having 40-inch televisions and another number of devices around here. We would have probably been crammed into one corner looking at a very small flat screen television, like that one actually, but a bit bigger. We probably would have had 2 of them, to be fair, and we would have thought, oh, wow, this is great technology. No, well, we would have had laptops, but it would have been a bit bigger. Less powerful. Microsoft Vista and 7 was the tech back then. And then, of course, Windows 8 was sort of missing, wasn't it? I don't think they did a Windows 9. Well, it was Windows 8, then they didn't do Windows 9 and went straight to Windows 10. Unfortunately, even Apple did that. There was no iPhone 9.
I know why. They wanted a new era.
But there's no iPhone 9. Where was the iPhone 9? We went from 8 Plus to 10.
They wanted a new era.
So they just missed the iPhone 9.
Yeah.
So even my iPhone 11 here is an iPhone 10, really. And your iPhone 6
Apparently
is
they
the
wanted
iPhone 6.
an era where it's nearly impossible to have headphones.
Yes. Well, even the iPhone 8 didn't have... the 8 Plus that I used to have when I was in Spain didn't have a headphone jack.
Yeah, which is why I like my iPhone 6.
Even the iPhone 7 doesn't have that. So you might be in trouble.
No.
Yeah, I'll just have to buy you an adapter if you get that.
Like my iPhone 6.
I thought you were having my phone at the end of the year.
Unfortunately.
She thinks. She's not, but still. So, this is on board with Danny Ricciardo. This is actually Ricciardo's first session in the afternoon this weekend as well.
Can you use that as a headphone jack?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I can deal with that.
Yeah, this is actually Ricciardo's first test in the evening here in Bahrain. As that's a beautiful slot there, isn't it? Look at that. That is the sea with the sun setting right behind. If you're watching along with us on F1 TV, beautiful image there. The setting sun here in Bahrain. That is beautiful. And it was just on the sea as well. You can see it going, just dropping below the Mediterranean line. Wow. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
I could draw that.
You should. That's wonderful. The lovely sun tang orange at the top as well, and the reddy black bits at the bottom. Beautiful, beautiful sun shots here. Dorna do that quite well in Doha for the Qatar Grand Prix. They always get, because it's a night race, they always get a wonderful shot of the moon. And it's such clear 4K detailed quality. It's unbelievable here as well. Unfortunately, we won't get the sun here because the session will be over before the sun is fully high in the sky like the sun was just there. I said the moon. I meant the moon, not the sun. The moon at the moment.
The sun?
Yes.
Should have been the moon, the sun.
The two shall meet, but only once every year, isn't it?
Probably.
Yeah. The total eclipse. And Hamilton putting new sets of tyres on. And Hamilton is indeed being fitted with the C5 tyre compound. After 133 laps in total for Mercedes, 33 laps completed today for Lewis Hamilton. Is this going to be a glory run for Mercedes? I'm putting on C5 tyres. When do we start banging our heads against the table that Mercedes are going to be like 0.4 of a second faster by the end of this test today? It's like
I don't know.
it's almost struggling to see where exactly it's going to be. Raikkonen's on a time and has set the fastest first sector of anybody so far on the track as well, or a personal best, I should say. If I swap between the other screen, it's a 28.7. I'll go closer. It's a 28.765. See, that's why I need glasses for everybody asking for the timing monitor. So Raikkonen's going quick. He's coming down now towards turn 11. Flicks the car in ever so nicely. Uphill banking part of the track as well. This is the part of track turn 12 where I was having fun with the esports games as well. I was saying, where were you, Megan, as well? Because it grips like just there. If you're watching along, it snaps mid-corner. And Raikkonen did very well to save it with the understeer. But it is such a problem to get it right. It's lost him quite a lot of tenths, actually. In the second sector, Raikkonen a 39.210. And let's see if he improves on his time. Raikkonen's previous lap was a 1:34.41. He is 0.9 off of Verstappen's time. Doesn't improve either. He did a 1:37.55. So he's 0.3 off his own best time, Megan.
Here we can see Toto Wolff putting on his headset. And it's...
The mask as well. And he's getting ready to sit in for the last hour of testing. In the back of the garage, Christian Horner will be ready as well and willing to see what their teams can do. Fernando Alonso is ready to go. He's just having some brake changes done, but he is sat in the car watching the timing monitors. Sainz, Raikkonen, Ricciardo currently out on the track at the moment, which is a strong indication of what's going to happen going forward. Don't know how you managed to do that, but you've just moved your microphone up as well, not the lead, so that was interesting from you there. Because usually it's a fixed thing, so yeah.
What?
Never mind. You right?
Yeah.
Valtteri Bottas out of his tight race suits and into his civilian clothes. Well, I say
Civilian.
Yeah, civilian. He's in shorts and team t-shirt and his sponsor's hat. So not quite his skivvies, is it? These civilian clothes. As Megan is going in a pocket for some reason. Why are you in your pocket, Megan, if our radio listeners listening in?
I want a tissue.
Oh, right, I see. Across the line then comes Carlos Sainz. He's 17th fastest at the moment. And he starts a new time. He is 28.758 for Verstappen in that middle sector. So let's see what he can do. And he's up now towards turn 4. He's got a car in front of him at the moment. It's Yuki Tsunoda, who needs to get out of the way. And he does so into turn 4. Sainz pushes hard at the exit. A little bit too wide there. The stewards will be looking at that more on the race weekend, but not this weekend. He's 4/10 off the pace at the moment. But Megan, Sainz is 5 seconds off of Verstappen's time. Definitely he's going to improve up the order. But Ferrari looks like they've solved some of their issues, but the car still looks like a handle to drive through the corners.
I don't know why they had that green bit on.
Nobody knows. It's been a subject through many a testing the last 3 days. Everybody's been asking, what is it with that part of the car? Why is it like that? It's completely got me as to why. I don't know. It's something to do with with Mission Winnow's sponsorship with the team as well. So we'll find out why, presumably. In Bahrain, the first race of the season, when everybody else of TV pick up the testing and pick up the racing, I should say, and broadcast it, because F1 TV are broadcasting this test, and Sky Sports F1 are in the UK, Germany, and Italy as well, but on their dedicated channels, but not many other countries are. Sainz 17th for most of today, goes to 9th, ahead of Tsunoda, a 1:31.070. So finally, Megan, a good time there from Carlos Sainz, and Mattia Binotto there with the 1980s perm hairstyle is enjoying that one a little bit, as here's Checo. Hang on a minute, was Bottas wearing a mask when he came onto the pit wall? I don't think he was he?
Don't think he was.
No, he'll get done for that because you need to wear a mask in everywhere, wherever you are in the paddock. Oh, that's interesting. Valtteri Bottas not wearing a mask when you're supposed to. He will get done for that as well. He wasn't wearing one, was he?
I don't think he was, actually.
That just caught me off guard. He didn't wear one. No, so yeah, watch out for that. Verstappen, Bottas wasn't wearing a mask. He wasn't. I know it, he wasn't. Hamilton then at the moment, just picking up. This is a C5 tyre Lewis Hamilton has on right now. So this is the fastest tyre. And now we are about to see whether or not Mercedes have been sandbagging, or is this going to be a glory run in terms of they're going to put the fastest tyres on, they're going to turn everything up to 11 just to say, yeah, we top testing. But I don't is this lap going to be representable enough? I'm not sure it is going to be. No. It's got me a bit worried. Here on board with Carlos Sainz. Once again, by the way, the TV director for FOM not showing us the pictures we want to see. We do not want to see an onboard of Carlos Sainz on an outlap going incredibly slowly. We would like to see Lewis Hamilton on an absolute flying lap go up into the top spot, please, Mr. Director. And Yuki Tsunoda goes into second position with a 1:30.036. So even Tsunoda is now getting into the time frame. Look at that. Look at that. They've wasted this lap. So look. Sainz now in the pit lane.
Don't need to know.
And now we pick up Hamilton finally. Well, that was bad there from the director. We should have watched Hamilton's lap in full, in my opinion, because now we're catching up the end of the lap, and he's sliding the rear tyre as well. We're picking up the end of the lap. He's okay through the second sector as well. He's 7/10 down actually on Verstappen, so he must have had an issue somewhere on the track for that time to be brought back out. But this is looking good then, Megan, for Tsunoda.
Yes,
Wrong time.
Yes, it is. Looking good for Tsunoda, being in second.
Hamilton crosses the line in 15th, goes 10th, a 1:39.28. See, this is why we need 3 commentators, by the way, because that means at least 2 of them accidentally take a break at the same time. One of them could pick up. As Verstappen comes back out on the track, as Hamilton's straight behind as well on the circuit. Mazepin.
Right now we're seeing Carlos Sainz.
And he had an issue, didn't he? Is this on board? Let's have a listen, if we can. We're just hearing this in our earphones right now. Up towards turn 4. Downshifting issue, it sounds like. Did he lose drive? He's in cruise home mode, I think, isn't he? He's not accelerating up.
No, he's not.
He's stuck in gear. Oh, I didn't notice. He's stuck in 4th gear. I was too busy looking at Hamilton's lap.
that.
Yeah, he's stuck in 4th gear. So Carlos Sainz and Ferrari back in the pit lane, and Ferrari are stuck with a gear shift issue for Carlos Sainz in the car. Wow. So Sainz now, well, Ferrari, Matteo Binotto said yesterday, Ferrari no longer a disadvantage on the straights. Yeah, but no problem. If you haven't got a gearbox not working right, you can't do anything.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Ferrari okay on the straight. What about the corners? We do not speak of the corners.
Yes, we do not speak of the corners. We do not speak of those dark times. Oh, dear. So, a gear shift issue for Carlos Sainz. That's why he was in limp home mode. That's why the TV director was on board with him. And they tried to show us, but I didn't pick that up.
I don't think anyone did.
No, I know. Only when I think Crofty was told about it did he pick up it was a gear shift issue. And then he was stuck in 4th gear. So, interesting. So, Russell and Hamilton with the transponder issue, again, coming through turn 12 and 11. That's why he's lost the track position.
Right, so Tsunoda's doing quite well. He's fastest in Sector 1 at 28.726.
And he's down the back straightaway now with the DRS open as well. C4 tyre compound. Russell's going quick as well in Sector 1. Is Tsunoda going to take Sector 2 with a purple time? Are we going to have an AlphaTauri topping the test?
Probably.
Oh, he's 5/10 down in the second sector. What happened in Sector 2 to lose 5/10? He must have made a mistake.
There's always the last sector.
Yeah, let's see. Well, let's see what he can pull back. If he can pull back at least 0.2 of a second, he might improve on his own best time and get quite close to that of Verstappen. Across the line comes Yuki Tsunoda, and he's 0.7 off his own time as well in the end. Russell in 16th at the moment in the Williams is looking quite quick. 132.731 is his time at the moment. Russell coming across the line. Does he go ahead of the Haas cars? No, because ahead of Schumacher. Doesn't go ahead of Mazepin. A 131.718 in the end.
Why is only half his free on?
That's a good point, actually. The little bit of the black number 3 on George Russell's cars come off. It looks like that tape's just been
Where did it go?
Yeah, it's come off a little
It
bit.
looks like he's 62.
Yeah, not 63. Okay, that's it. I've never seen that before. That is a bit bizarre. Yeah. And now the front wing's off. They've pulled out the brake-by-wire system again, and now they have taken the rear of the car off. They've lowered it to the floor, actually, so they haven't put it on the jacks. Yeah. And they've taken off the engine covers and the aerodynamic stuff, and they are in the gearbox. So they've got, realistically, Megan, they've got 45 minutes to fix that, so they can get up the track to shake it down before Bahrain in 2 weeks. Even though we're in Bahrain. But I mean, the race in 2 weeks, because they can't touch these cars in between.
Yeah.
They can't run it on the circuit, because this is the last day of testing. And the cars will be locked down. The 10 cars that the 10 cars that are here now will be locked down. The other 10 cars will be flown back out they'll be flown over here, set up in the next 2 weeks. By next weekend, They want everything to be set up and ready for the Grand Prix. So all the banners around the track, all the lighting rigs as well for the like the little board in front of the start light, the pit lane line needs to be assembled. Everything needs to be set up in the next week. Then they'll leave the track for an entire week. Nobody will come in. They'll leave the track for an entire week, and then they'll come back on the Thursday when they'll be allowed back into the paddock, and it's go, go, go. And, of course, nobody leaving either. Everyone will be staying in Bahrain over the weekend. Megan.
Hold on.
What's up? Megan's having what's up. Okay, what's up?
5 minutes ago. Raining. Washing line.
Oh, off you go.
I'll do it.
Yeah, okay, off you go. Oh, isn't that Mother's Day treats as well when she doesn't want to go outside? Hamilton at the moment on a time on the C4 tyre compound, and he is looking good, actually. In the first sector, it's not raining, according to Megan. Let's watch Ricciardo at the moment in the McLaren coming up towards the sector time. Well, he's 5 seconds off the pace, so Ricciardo definitely not doing a lap here. Hamilton, on the other hand, might be, and I'd like it, Mr. Director, if we looked to Lewis Hamilton, please, because he could go fastest. What's his second sector time? Is coming through it now. Hamilton, 6/10 off the pace. So this could rocket Hamilton up the order. Ricciardo third, 7 seconds off the pace. What a surprise. Stays in third place. And Hamilton, once again, on both his running laps now, we haven't seen any of the run. As he gets a big slide of oversteer at the last corner, managed to save it, but Hamilton goes 8th on a 1:36.43. So even Hamilton improving up the order at the moment. A lot of time still left. Less than 1 hour of pre-season testing in 2021 left. And I really need to have a break after this. Even I'm getting my voice tired. So I'm very glad, by the way, if you've stayed with me over the whole 24 hours, or if you've dipped in and out over the past 3 days of running, as well as testing. Really, thank you mainly for watching. It is an impressive commitment from you to join me here in the box, and it means an awful lot as well. So thank you as well. It means an awful lot. And we'll be doing the whole season as well for Formula One from pre-practice 1 in Bahrain in 2 weeks till the checkered flag in Abu Dhabi in 9 months. We will all be covering it as well, and I can't wait for the roller coaster to get going again. Alonso starts a time on the C4 tyres. And look at that, if you're watching on board as well, that really big, fat engine cover on the Alpine. How on earth it's aerodynamic, I don't know. It looks more like a 70s Tolman, as Craig Wallard said yesterday. It's not like an optical effect, because on one side it looks slim, on the other side it just looks fat as anything. If you look on the front angle, straight on, you can see it. But Alpine say it works for them. And if it's FIA safe, then it's fine by me. It will work. You can do it. Nobody will mind whatsoever. Just take it easy. Take care of it. You do not want to break anything and get anything broken, then wait to see what's going to happen going forward next. So just adding on all of the equipment now and all of the microphones to get ready, as Ian Birch will join us in the commentary box for all of the action of the last hour, along with Megan. As Alonso, still competitive, still strong in Formula One. Not going to get rid of him anytime soon, are we? Fernando, we got rid of him in 2018. He came back. He's saying that he's one of the greatest in Formula One. It's about time he proved it. After just saying he's won 2 world championships, left it twice. Didn't really have the best career moves, but now it generally looks like he's got a team he can be happy and competitive with as well. Fastest second sector for personal best. Here comes the line then for Fernando Alonso. 5th at the moment. Cross the line. Stays 5th with 5/10 off the pace at the moment. 1:33.36 at the moment. Megan rejoining me in the commentary box now, as we've set up for Ian Birch joining the session in a few moments' time.
He'll be in a... So,
Yeah, that's it again.
He'll be in a minute. So, just as I was getting the washing off the line,
Yes.
it started spinning.
Oh, perfect timing then. So, washing in. Look at that beautiful sunset in the distance, Megan, on the outskirts of the track there.
Very pretty.
The night sky, the blue night sky comes over the circuit, and the wash of lights now on the track as well. They've turned the lighting system on because this is the run. Talk about Tsunoda down to turn 1 on the C4 tyres, Megan.
Tsunoda's doing actually quite well. He's not drifting as much as I would have thought, and I actually think this is quite an easy track, which is good since he's starting off here.
Must be easy because you were able to keep around it for several laps.
Yeah, and I didn't go off as much as I thought.
No, I know. I thought that was just a bit of a surprise as well. You didn't go off as much as
I
you
could
thought you would.
actually control
Yes.
that car.
Yuki
Easily.
Tsunoda has set the fastest first sector time of anybody today. Tsunoda with a 28.5. Raikkonen! It's Raikkonen with the fastest first sector at 28.523.
You didn't give Tsunoda a minute, did you, Raikkonen?
Raikkonen top in the first sector. Tsunoda was at 28.565. Raikkonen 28.523. It's all coming alive now in testing in the last golden hour of running. So, we look to Tsunoda. What's sector 2? He's up a personal best, but only up on Verstappen by 300ths really. As they come up, Raikkonen by 600th of a second across the line. This is really the do or die moment of testing. They're going to go for it. Somebody take a picture because Yuki Tsunoda is about to top a session. A 1:29.777 for Tsunoda. Kimi Raikkonen across the line, and Raikkonen goes top, 11,000 quicker, a 1:29.766.
That's close.
The top 3 separated by 26 thousandths of a second, and it's Raikkonen, Tsunoda, and Verstappen. But we must also note, Verstappen did that time on the C4 tyre compound. Raikkonen and Tsunoda, they're going for glory runs, did that on the C5 tyre compound. The only reason this would be, really be straightforward and competitive is if everybody did a glory run in this session, which I think they might do. Oops, what's happened here on the monitor? We're showing something something's happened to our timing monitor at the moment. So WTF1 are trying to encroach on our land, Megan. How about that? WTF1 just tried to steal our viewers. They tried to encroach on our stream. Tsunoda slows down for the lap as well. Ricciardo coming across the line now to start a time in the McLaren. And Ricciardo starts a time. He just did a 1:37.445, by the way, Megan. So very much a slow lap. Now he's going to really ramp it up out on the circuit. But yeah, Raikkonen out there at the moment. It's gone very dark outside the commentary box window, I can notice. And it's pitch black now in Bahrain as well. So very similar conditions at the moment. Whereas 53 minutes ago, Yuki Tsunoda briefly went fastest. Now it's Kimi Raikkonen who's on the top dog spot here in Bahrain. I can't believe that from Yuki. He did really well there, and then Raikkonen got in the slipstream a little bit and just said, I'll have that, thank you very much, and took it without so much of a second thought. C5 tyres, I wonder if Tsunoda's going to go for another lap here. I wish Ian Birch would get to the box quite quickly because I'm getting quite tired of talking, to be fair. I've got an annoying little ulcer at the side of my mouth as well that's developed over this test. Because I bit my tongue, I bit my cheek on the first day, and it's just sort of developed, and it really hurts. But brave on. And look at that, 7/10 now. So yeah, Tsunoda's done the lap time here. He's back to race runs. Hamilton out on the track now as well. Ricciardo. So yeah, it's Hamilton, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Mazepin, and Raikkonen currently out on the track setting times. Why we're sticking with Tsunoda, I don't know. Considering Raikkonen's doing a lap time. Where is Raikkonen at the moment? He is 28.889 in that first sector, so nowhere near as close as it was early on. Megan, I wanted to, you've done preseason testing now. Who do you think is going to win the first race? I asked this to Edward earlier on, and he said it will be Mercedes pole, Red Bull win. What do you think? Who will take pole position in terms of team, and who will win the race in terms of team?
entirely sure.
You have to say it again.
I'm not entirely sure. I think.
You used to have Red Bull look quite
Yeah.
good. McLaren has surprised everybody.
McLaren, yeah.
It's fun. Go on, you can have a think about that and get
I'm
back
gonna
to you
go
later.
with McLaren.
Okay. To win.
Yeah,
Wow.
maybe. I hope. I live in hope.
Wow. Brave call. Look at Max. Look at Max Verstappen there. Max is just sitting in the garage with a C3 tyre set on, just watching, just waiting in the wings, isn't he? He's up on the jacks actually. It looks like they are going to send him out, but they haven't fired the curb, and they're not really rushing around, are they? At the moment, they're not really like going, "Oh, this is it. This is the one that's going to have a go at the front," as well as Ian Birch. There you go. Get in. Ian Birch joins us in the commentary box now to have a conversation with us for the last hour. In you go. Take a seat. Can you get in? As we look at a lap recap there, Megan, as you talk it through from the Alfa Romeo point of view. What do you make of that then? It's very cold for some reason. Go on. What's your opinion?
I think Raikkonen's doing good.
Raikkonen.
Why she got my headphones on?
Because you're wearing your headphones now.
Oh.
And look, I've even replaced your sound guard, so it's a little bit easier on you compared to last year. Although you had that on, didn't you,
These
last
are
time out?
mine.
Yeah.
These are yours.
These.
Okay, whatever. So, Ian Birch and Megan Birch for the last 50 minutes of today's test and the last of the session. So, look, we're all back together again. We've got the gang back together for testing. That's all good news.
Oh, look, Alonso's doing better than Hamilton.
I'm collecting money on behalf of the mum's Mother's Day presents.
That's nice. Oh, ow. No, you're not going to have anything from me, thank you very much.
No.
So, what was it you said, Megan? Alonso doing better than Hamilton there?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Hamilton at the moment
What's
is
she
2
saying
tenths off.
about Alonso again?
That how he's better than Hamilton at the moment because he's a bit quicker than him. But it's still early days. And Hamilton's doing a better lap time here as well.
Really? Early days when he's been ahead of him all testing.
Okay, yes, okay, Hamilton hasn't really been fastest in testing so far. It has been Alonso quicker.
In 2 days, it's been Alonso second.
Hamilton topped the one of the sessions.
Yes. Did he? No, that was Bottas. Bottas topped the session with a 1:32.89. Don't think Ricciardo topped both of the...
I remember seeing Lewis at the top of this.
I thought Verstappen topped. Did Verstappen top practice the first day's running? I've got that on the save somewhere. So I'll have a look. But anyway, Hamilton's coming into the last corner on that C4 tyre compound.
This last hour, these are the long runs and on the soft tyres with the temperature of the track going down. So this is where those sort of things could be overturned, Megan.
Hamilton's gone 7th, Alonso 6th. So even on a fast lap on the new tyres, you
I'm
can't
a Lewis
catch him.
fan. Megan is an Alonso fan.
And Russell goes 9th, 130.6. Russell 9th. But Alonso is 6th on a 130.318. Hamilton is 7th,
Did
a
you see,
137.39.
because it's the night time, did you see the onboard display on the Williams?
I did, yeah. Just now, it's a cool look, isn't it?
That's what it said, cool.
Oh.
It actually said cool.
That's an interesting one.
Why would it say cool?
Call the brakes, call the tyres. Just a message. As we see some brake, that was more exhaust
Also, if you
fumes being
notice,
blown out the back there of Hamilton's car on the replay. Here's Verstappen. Dave?
if you notice on the Williams, the onboard display is not on the steering wheel.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that a couple of days ago as well. It's one of the few teams that actually don't have it. They've kept the butterfly
It's
steering
like they've
wheel.
got their own dashboard, Meg.
They said as well because it's easier for the drivers, in their opinion, to see the information in clear view at all times, so it's not turned round and upside down through the corners or sideways, is that they can constantly keep their eye in the same place and read the same information. So I think it's a clever idea, personally.
Do you know they're
As Verstappen
talking
goes
about
off the track.
reading information? Right?
Yeah.
Do you know when you join a new team, you don't know all the names?
Yeah.
Right. They've just been talking about. Ted's just been talking about the story DC tells.
Yeah.
Of when he joined Red Bull, he obviously didn't know anyone's name.
Yeah.
And so he decided to ask, is it possible to have their names embroidered on their shirt?
Yes, I saw that back in testing. Yeah.
Yeah, and they actually put it on the shirts at the bottom on the left-hand side.
Yes, I've seen
So-
it. Yeah, you can see who they are. Yeah.
Yeah, DC to learn the names had to stare at their nether regions.
It's David Coulthard all over there, isn't it? Coulthard would always be.
As
looking
I
at that.
said, DC was probably doing that anyway.
Yeah.
It's probably why they put it there.
And here comes
Why does every time I come in, Megan goes quiet?
Well, you're talking. Megan, Verstappen's...
Respect for her father on Mother's Day, aren't you?
Nope.
2 seconds, Verstappen across the line and goes
Have you
quickest.
got no
I
respect
was-
for your father, then?
I do.
I
It's
am
just,
your
do you
father.
know what I...
Verstappen,
Luke, I am your father.
Verstappen's just gone fastest.
Look at me, get it? Star Wars.
Verstappen on a 1.
I am your father.
Somebody said earlier on, let's do a compilation
Oh,
of how many
yes.
times Dad interrupts me. And I think, well,
Oh, Miss-
how long have you got?
Right,
Verstappen's just gone fastest despite going off the track quite a bit. He's done a 1:29.733.
do you know, I've just about had enough of this. I'm sorry.
Bye-bye, Piers.
Oh, before you go, guess what I did?
I don't know, but the listeners and the people won't know. I think Piers
Piers
Morgan.
Morgan,
Anybody
yeah.
knows who Piers Morgan is? Why is the light off
What light?
on air?
Oh, because the PlayStation wouldn't win it.
Oh, okay.
I beat Joshua.
The Studio Talk.
I beat Joshua in esports.
I don't just get off.
Wait, pay attention to me.
You
I beat
put-
Joshua in esports.
I was trying to put that back in because otherwise I'll blow the electric, but fine. There's the two Ferrari drivers, Leclerc and Sainz.
You beat him at esports.
Yes, yes. I know. I'm trying to breathe because she beat me at esports because she ran me off the track. How about that?
I'm an aggressive driver.
Yes, not nice, is it?
We were talking about that the other day, Megan. That you come from the Kiki Rosberg School of Driving.
Yeah, not fun, is it?
And the Nelson Piquet School of Etiquette. So you not only beat them off the track, you actually go back and finish the job.
Yep. She generally did try and attack me on the game as well. It took a while. 44 minutes
Is this
left.
true, Megan?
Yes.
I braked in front of them.
I put it to you that you are. This is the reason you like Alonso.
Aggressive driving style. Although it's nice to have Megan on the screen and not her being squashed by a timing monster.
I can fix that.
Yeah. Well,
A
yeah,
diva.
nicely done.
She's a diva.
Get back over here. Ricardo's fourth at the moment and 4/10 down on the order. But Verstappen, Raikkonen, Tsunoda, Ricardo, Perez, Alonso, Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell and Norris, the top 10 at the moment.
Have you ever noticed that Tsunoda is one of those drivers?
Tsunoda tops the session.
Oh, 1:29.671. Tsunoda is top.
Tsunoda is one of those drivers that he's absolutely amazingly excited at being a Formula One driver.
Yeah.
He's not one that I deserve to be here, right? And Will was going on about the fact that Tsunoda. Have you noticed how when he answers a question, you asked him one little question,
And he'll give you a sentence, yeah.
He'll give you 1.5 minutes of answer. You know, tell you about his whole day because he's so excited to be here, and he's just topped the session. I'll tell you why, because that kid's got talent.
He really
We were
does.
saying this earlier. He hasn't got the experience that other people have got.
This
He
is
hasn't got the leather jacket that other people have got.
Here's a replay of Tsunoda.
My daughter in her leather jacket. Wow.
Tsunoda tops the session, and I think that Megan, that was on a C5 tyre, 1:29.671. But if everyone's going to do these
Go on,
C5
Meg. Make the
tyres,
Citroen joke.
What?
The Citroen joke, a C5 tyre. Don't you think they could afford a racing tyre instead of an RV?
yeah. In terms of everyone, if they're going to do
Citroen C5.
if everyone's going to do a C5 tyre run, then Tsunoda's time is going to become more representative. But
Come on then.
that's a good time.
Come on, Mr. and Mrs. Technical. Right? What tyre should they be looking at because it's the one they're going to be using on the race?
C3?
C3.
Yeah.
So why have all these people trying to top on a C5 when you're not going to be using that on the race?
Just a glory run for sponsors mainly, or just to show off?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's mainly that, isn't it?
Make you keep touching me, why?
Are you trying to have a conversation? Oh, she's telling you to shush.
Meg.
You should learn how me and Joshua tell each
Megan,
other to shut
Megan.
up.
This
Oh,
is
dear.
also for all the British people that are watching. The world's gone nuts.
Well, that's gone nuts.
Piers
What?
Morgan. Piers
Ah.
Morgan. He used to go, the
Click.
world's gone nuts. And because I mentioned Piers Morgan, you should get
Yeah.
a ding, a clang for name dropping.
I'll tell you what.
Alonso.
I'll tell you what, though. This is feeling more like a Piers
Fernando
Morgan show, isn't it?
Alonso.
Alonso is back out on the track, actually.
How
He's
is
still
Fernando
P6.
Alonso doing, Megan?
Sixth.
He's
No,
ahead
let's
of
have a-
Hamilton.
He's ahead of Hamilton. Right? Lewis.
All I need to know.
Yeah. Megan's not happy about that, so I wouldn't keep repeating it, the fact that they are still separated by quite a little bit on that track as well. What is it? Less than a tenth of a second
Yeah.
separates them. About
Megan.
what? 7/10 of a second.
He's still
separates
out on
them.
the track. He can still do better.
He's out there at the moment on a C5 tyre compound, I believe. I'm going to have a quick look at that actually on the actual monitor we've got in the box. That tells me, yeah, C4. He's an old run of C4, C5. So
There is a view that two of the teams,
yeah,
Red Bull and Mercedes, haven't got their engines turned up to what they should be.
no, of course they don't. It's ridiculous.
And I agree with that. Why would you? And
Red Bull might be pushing a little bit more than Mercedes, just so that they can have a little bit more breathing room. Mercedes are definitely.
there's no
backed
doubt,
off.
is there, Meg, that Mercedes have had some problems, right? We agree on that.
Yeah.
But are they insurmountable? No. Do you think that they're showboating? Yes. Is
It's-
my answer. What's
Megan?
yours?
They
Mercedes.
always showboat.
Yeah, they do. How many times on a Friday afternoon we said, "Ooh, I don't know what's happening," and then come Saturday morning, Lewis especially, there used to be a great footballer in this country that's now a pundit on TV called Alan Shearer, and there is one little factor that Alan Shearer used to come out with, right, and that is, I've never ever scored in a friendly.
Yeah.
Right, and whether it's true, I don't know, because I never supported his team that much to actually see if he was scoring in friendlies. But he said he basically said, I never really scored in a friendly, and this is a friendly. This isn't the real thing, you know. And that's so true. That the edge, what he's talking about there is the edge in something like 3 days of testing or even practice on a Friday doesn't really count, so you don't really give it your full go. Whether it's psychological or not, whether it's done on purpose or not, that's the things.
Perez just scored. Which Perez? There's two.
No. Perez just scored, I suggest, is Manchester City
Yeah, probably.
from Brad 14.
So yeah, Manchester City leading once again.
Yeah.
Who-
Well, what are they? 13, 14 points clear
Something like that, yeah.
in the table?
Ricardo
I
stays
don't.
fourth.
I
by the
don't
way.
know because I was doing things
had
for
a
this
terrible
show
run.
last night, so I
Sorry.
haven't actually watched Match of the Day. And when everybody was playing during the day,
Yeah.
I know Fulham. I think Fulham.
Hamilton comes out on the track.
C5
Didn't
tyres.
Fulham beat Manchester United over the last few days while we've been doing this?
14 points clear of United.
Yeah, 14 points clear of United. And I think Fulham did beat United over the last few days. They beat somebody.
Hamilton's gone out on the
Which
track.
is
on
really
new tyres.
surprising, which will really help make my elder brother happy.
Hamilton has indeed gone out on a brand new set of
He's a Fulham
C5.
fan.
Sonoda top again, first sector. Sonoda's quick in that first sector. He's just seeing on the TV pictures now. He's 2/10 faster than his own best time. 28.401.
And this is the thing about the AlphaTauri and Red Bull scenario. Is it going to be the case that the junior team actually, like it did on 3 or 4 Grand Prix last season,
Yeah.
outshone the
Mercedes, the Red Bulls sort of teams as well.
the Red Bulls, especially because that's their sister team.
Oh, he's gone very wide. They're coming out of Sector 2.
It's like, I think you're going to have a situation where there's going to be a number of Grand Prix this year where McLaren, which is the sister team of Mercedes,
would be
will
taking some
outshine
wins,
them. You know, with Mercedes, there are a number of tracks, as we saw last year, where Mercedes don't shine, right? The drivers shine. That's where Lewis is absolutely brilliant.
Megan?
Right, so Sonoda has basically topped himself again at a 129.282, and his Sector 3 time is 22.299, which is topping what it was previously. And we've got, well, he's on the C5 tyres, which is actually quite impressive.
Yeah, fast tyres, fast car. But we're seeing Hamilton's going to do a glory run. He's just getting ready to go.
Brad 14 has now said Sonoda world champion confirmed. Well, he came second in his second ever race ever. This kid has only done 100 races.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of them have done twice that when they get into Formula One. This kid has only ever done 2017. He started on his professional career, and
knocked the inside front as well.
He came second in his very first race, and won the championship in Japan, the Formula 3 championship in Japan that year. And so you know, the kid's got a lot of talent. As I say, he's very good on his tyres.
Yeah.
Right. In F2, anybody who watched him in F2 will realise that he can make a set of tyres go a long way. He's a bit like Raikkonen like that. He's a very smooth driver.
Hamilton is slow in that first sector to try and catch him. Hamilton's on the C5 tyre, by the way, brand new set. But Hamilton's first sector was a 28.785. So he's a couple of tenths down on Sonoda. And that Mercedes looking a handful in the corners to control, quite similar to the Ferrari.
They've had to go back and redesign the front suspension on the Mercedes because of the fact that they've had to get rid of the famous DAS system.
Yeah. It's 4 tenths off now.
And like when they got the DAS system, it took a bit for both drivers to actually come to terms with it. Lewis didn't really use it that much in the race, did he? It was mainly behind safety cars and to warm your tyres up. He wasn't a big, massive fan of it.
Yeah.
The thing with Lewis is that he's got to motivate himself to actually go out there and just demolish people with his talent. And I don't think he's at that this weekend.
Definitely not.
Fourth,
Russ, sorry, just a quick question.
He's a genius. I mean, I say he's a genius because he is a genius.
Oh, Russell 8th ahead of the Ferrari of Leclerc. 1:33.99 on the C4 tyres, but Hamilton went 4th.
Yeah, it is clear that, as Brad just said, it's clear that the Mercedes are struggling.
Yeah, it's clear now.
But we've seen them struggle before, and
that's the clearest indication that Mercedes are struggling to me. C5 tyre, the same as Sonoda's, and the top 3, and Hamilton could only manage 4th, and he's 7 tenths off.
I think if they wanted to, they could turn the engine up and they could blast everyone out of the water.
Unless they're sticking with what they were running qualifying. But yeah, it's... I don't know, that car looked a bit of a handful through the corners, especially coming at the top of the hill. It looked like he was sliding a little bit more. So Hamilton's certainly got a lot to look forward to in 2 weeks' time in Bahrain. Here at Bahrain, and look, it's happening to Sainz as well. Everyone who
I was wondering whether or not the effects of long COVID could be because Lewis did have COVID, and he's one of the drivers that had COVID. Lando is as well. Lando's had it as well, and we actually
so did Leclerc actually. Yeah,
we lost one of the team principals of one of the junior sides, didn't we? With it. And this long COVID thing, and then my wife showed us, said, "Look at this," and it was Lewis in a gym with
training with
and the kid is the kid. He's not a kid anymore,
Yeah.
but you know the guy. He is to me because I'm nearly 60. But you know, he's got he's on like some parallel bar thing, and he's got his legs up in front of him at a 90-degree angle, and he's going from left to right with them, and it's amazing. You know how fit the guy is. Megan wants to speak.
No, I'm being told to speak. Science has done really well in the first two sectors, not as well as the third sector, though, I've noticed. It must have gone off a bit.
Went P3, went P11 on 130.697. Sorry, I was just throwing to Megan to do the last lap, but yeah, back to your point there. Yeah, Hamilton was able to get back in the gym incredibly quickly, though, wasn't he? He was in the last race of the year, and he finished on the podium, but he looked off all weekend, didn't he? And now, luckily, he's back on. Here is Verstappen out there on C4 tyres.
So where do we think that Mercedes, because as Brad said, yeah, they dominated testing last year, right? But they didn't always dominate on the Friday practice sessions, as we're saying.
Yeah.
Right. So where do you think the problem lies with Mercedes? I think it's the stability of the back end. I think neither driver has really come to terms with the back end sliding as much as it did. We thought on the first day that it was due to the sandstorm.
Yes.
But it's clearly not, because it's still very unstable at the back end. With the brake bias, the braking, they're getting used to that. They've had a situation with the front of the car. I think Valtteri's actually come to terms with it a bit better than Lewis.
Valtteri's done amazingly well, actually. He's down in the audience 16th, but there was problems this morning. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, the Ferrari. Yeah.
Oh, Verstappen's.
People who have been listening to us over the first 2 days, I have been talking up the Ferrari because I honestly think Binotto has done a great job.
Yeah.
He spent an absolute bundle on redesigning the engine.
But still handling poorly in the corners, though.
And we know that the aero situation was how they came back end of last season, because of the fact that they improved the aero so much. It was the front wing that was the major thing there.
And as Verstappen's coming through across the second sector, he's 3/10 up actually at the line. So this is looking incredibly better for Verstappen as he moves down the hill towards the last three corners of turn 14. I'll get ready to hand it over to Megan to take it across the line. But second sector is the 38.157 coming to the line. Megan.
Right, so he's doing well, but I don't think he'll get this higher than Tsunoda. No, he will not.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. 3 times faster. He's up. 128.960. Verstappen top.
Brad has said about the new rules favour a high rake car, the high rise at the back, because of the amount of floor that's been cut away, and that has always been right. The Red Bulls and now Ferraris have done it.
Yeah.
And but the Ferraris have it as well, and. The Ferrari there, AlphaTauri obviously doing well. Red Bull are obviously doing well with it, and you know, the
AlphaTauri,
Ferrari for some reason they haven't got it, and I think it's the new flaws with the way that it's pushing the air.
Yeah,
I've got a feeling that I don't know. I've got a feeling we might be wrong. I might be wrong on this, but I've got a feeling that the air is pushing against itself off that floor towards the rear wing, and not actually creating the downforce on the Ferrari that it needs to. And I think that that special new wing, the flooring of the Mercedes, that could also be the problem, that you've actually, instead of causing an air flow, when it's come down to it and the nitty gritty on the track, there is a slight aero problem for Mercedes and for Ferrari. That can be sorted in the next 2 weeks.
Hopefully it will be.
And I also think that Mercedes have got this new front suspension, which is basically the old one just adapted.
Oh.
The back door is locked. Yes, it is.
Megan's going to head off for
I tend
second.
I tend to lock the back door before I leave the house.
Otherwise, it's all three of us in the box. It's not really safe enough, is it? Verstappen back
I've just
in.
heard them come back.
Yeah,
so
I thought I did, yeah.
I heard them. I heard the car arrive. So
Verstappen top at the moment on that very impressive time, I might add.
I'm trying to be as clear as possible because I'm really not well.
You're doing well though. 128.960. That's why I'm letting Megan take some of the because I've got the ulcer in the back of the mouth as well because I'm talking for 24 hours. It really does hurt. So that's why I'm throwing to Megan to do some of the shouty bits for a change. She can actually earn.
What Megan with her
commentary.
delicate little voice doing shouty bits?
I know Megan can earn.
Oh,
her
there it
commentary
is.
Please,
bits.
I can shout louder than both of you.
Please.
Please don't, because Dad's headphones might explode. I know mine will. Ricardo's on a lap time at the moment. And he's slow in that first sector, and he's very slow in sector 2 as well. He's nowhere near. Brad says, do you think Tsunoda will stop Albon from getting back into F1? Yes.
Yes. Because definitely in the Red Bull outfit.
Yeah.
I think Alex's way back into Formula 1 will be by one of the other teams.
Yeah, it's going to come elsewhere, isn't it? I think Renault, as a third driver option, might have it more. Here's Ricardo's lap.
There are some drivers that are under pressure already.
Well, Giovinazzi.
Giovinazzi is one of them.
Ocon.
Ocon especially, because he doesn't really get on with his team.
Yeah.
He
He needs to have a better situation as Ricardo is 6 seconds off his lap time.
Has he ever really got on with any team he's been at?
He's got, no. It's a short
He's
answer.
definitely not got on with his teammates.
No.
As Mr. Perez. The most likable person Mr. Perez is that you could wish to meet. He's maybe not a Tsunoda with the way he talks, but he gets on well with his team and with his people. And when they were teammates, it was a case of you're going past me. No, you're not. Bang.
Bang into the wall, yeah.
The Megan school of driving.
We looked anyone if Valtteri Bottas was wearing a mask when he came back onto the track. He wasn't. So I think he's quickly put one back on now. So
if you're in the bubble, though, they don't have to have one when they're in the bubble.
Do you see Albon replacing Raikkonen when he retires? I think it'll be one of the Ferrari juniors replacing Albon, really, because Albon's still in the Red Bull package.
No, I think it's possible because everybody knows that Alex really works hard, right? Everybody knows it was the car.
Round goes Hamilton in the last corner.
Well, he's got it back.
Hamilton does a complete 360 and gets it back on the track.
That spotted the left front.
Was something red and then through?
Yeah, that was so. It was anti-stall 3. Yeah. So Hamilton having a rear. That's a second spin for Hamilton, and the second time.
Yeah, but he's pushing it to the limit.
But I just can't explain it. So let's take a look. Turns in.
It's what we've just been talking about.
No, that's a weird one because the car was practically straight and the rear's just locked and spun him around. Let's see offboard.
Yeah, and it's
turns in, accelerate. No, so it might be under acceleration that the outside left locked and just spun him round. But that's a second spin for Hamilton in 2 days. That I think that means that the rear of the car, they've already said they don't like where it's at. It's not comfortable. It's really bad to handle.
And that's what I've just been talking about, isn't it? The front suspension
there,
is a problem on the Mercedes, and the rear of the car, the airflow at the back of the car, and it's very windy here at the moment, and
wind speed is
high. It's caught a lot of people out. That's the third time I've seen it catch Lewis out.
Yeah, and
that's why I also believe that Lewis isn't on his A game here because of the fact that. Lewis doesn't make those sort of mistakes, even in a bad car.
People say, it's only testing, but you've got to push hard in this. This last hour is like a qualifying session in
Ted
testing.
was going on with David about Croft, about the fact that the difference between Lewis and some of the lower drivers that are good drivers coming up is the fact that Lewis has the ability on a bad day to still win.
Yeah, Megan, do you want to take it through the second time?
So Sainz is doing good, maybe a bit too slow. Ooh, that could have been bad.
Who is he passing there? Hamilton.
Hamilton. That could really have been bad,
Yeah.
given Hamilton's track record this weekend.
Down towards the last corner.
Gets the green.
Is he going to spin around a little bit? No, Russell goes 5th.
Ah, that's impressive.
On the C5 tyre, Russell does a 1:30.117. Megan to the line.
And
Sainz
Sainz goes 3rd.
1:29.611. I was wondering where you were going to go with that one. Oh, Hamilton 5th. Hamilton 5th ahead of Russell. And here's another replay of
And
that
he
accident.
spun.
Yeah. And on flat spot 2 tyres as well. That's a weird one to just lose the rear.
So
like
do you
that.
think
Yeah.
Bono's does turn around to him and said, Lewis, come on. You've got to put a more realistic lap in. Mazepin?
Oh, Mazepin said, haha, have a look at the onboard. I almost bleeping drove into Lewis. Was Mazepin there, as I think I just heard Crofty say, was he laughing at Lewis or was he laughing that he nearly crashed into a car?
I think he's
Why does he
complaining
laugh?
about his own car.
I think he was complaining over his own car there, yeah. I know, why laugh at all? That's very bizarre there from Mazepin, and again, it's not really the stupidest thing Mazepin's on. But yeah, it's very bizarre there.
I think Haas have a problem with the braking still, and the two kids are getting used to it. I think Mickey's getting better at it than we actually saw Mazepin top in yesterday's practice.
Yeah.
In testing for a short period. So I think he's got. I think they've both got used to this. They've always had these funny breaks.
Yeah.
At Haas.
Oh, do you remember a couple of years ago? They brought
Corrosion and that and Magnussen. Yeah. I was trying to remember his first name actually. Kevin. Grosjean and Kevin were complaining about it back end of last season a lot.
Hamilton still not improving on the time, but he had a big kick of oversteer again coming out of turn 13.
I mean, Grosjean went on the radio and said, I think my brakes are too hot, and Kevin replied, that's because your car's on fire.
Yeah. They're melted. The helmet, by the way, has been released to the Bell Museum.
Yes, well, yeah, it should be as well, because it's
held up incredibly
part
well.
Part of the reason it saved his life. It's part of the reason that he's still here.
You notice we always end up going back to Grosjean.
Well, it's Bahrain. It's this track as well.
I think we always will do that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? But yeah.
Message from Fernando Alonso. Hartley says, does she have to actually talk me up?
Megan, you're cursing again.
I'm not cursing anyone.
Keep your voice down.
I have got enough problems with this jaw, let alone her supporting me. Because she's a
Hilarious.
Jonah?
Well, Fernando Alonso.
Bad luck, you were Jonah.
Fernando Alonso's done 66.
Never heard that term before.
Fernando Alonso's done 60.
She's never heard of Jonah before, described as someone that, bad luck.
All right. Fernando Alonso's done 66 laps today. Brad asking, are the C5 ultra soft tyres?
You're not down.
Well, it's hard.
You've always been good for me, making me cups of tea and making sure I'm okay. Whereas this one.
Yeah, I'll answer the question from one of the fans. Are the C5 tyres the ultra soft? Says Brad. No, they got rid of that system. The C5, they've just remained.
They're the softest.
Yeah, they're the softest of the range. Yeah.
So Brad, you are right that they're the ultra soft.
But they removed it, so like.
But he's being pedantic because that's not actually the term they use now. But yes, you are right.
C1 is the hardest. C5 is the softest. The C3 is the medium tire.
Do you know they changed the system to clarify it so it's easier to understand and it's more complicated. A bit like my joke to Megan, which she's still.
Alonso came out of the pit lane and has now just come back into the pit lane as well.
I'm not having a go. You know I love you.
She's smiling.
Look, I know it's Mother's Day, but you can give your father a bit of love as well.
Back to the race. Speaking of Fernando Alonso, here he is
we
back
knew
in
we
the
would
pit.
be.
Back in the pit lane, and he's taking his tyres off.
Yeah, he's changed tyres. Oh, a lot of work going on the front there. He's just changed tyres. I think he's going to a new set of C5s, but he might be wheeled back in. Valtteri Bottas now finally wearing a mask after not earlier on when he came out back onto the pit wall. He might have had it in his hand, actually, thinking about it.
Well, that's because he's SAS.
Now he's looking longingly at his car.
He is actually, isn't he? Yeah, Valtteri Bottas. Private Bottas.
Private Bottas. He was a Lance Corporal.
Corporal
Lance
Bottas,
Corporal.
yeah.
Lance Corporal Bottas.
Yeah, in the army.
When he was 19, he was in the did his national service, and he got up to the rank of Lance Corporal.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And that's why he loves these extreme. Living in Finland, you know, he likes cold water lake swimming, and he's during the winter he's been running in snow, burying himself in snow.
Yeah, I don't know that at all.
So he likes extreme sports. He's just in with that sort of thing. But he does draw the line at. He's trying to be more selfish this year, but he does draw the line at not sleeping in the same room as his wife. And then again, I didn't know he was married to the second one, but
He's not.
no.
As far as I knew.
As far as we know, he does draw the line at not sleeping in the same room as her. He's got to, he says,
Yeah, well, the COVID protection.
because he's
isn't it?
madly
Yeah.
in love.
Tiffany Cromwell is his partner at the moment, and she's here
He's
this
madly
weekend.
in love with her.
I don't know
Yeah,
how.
madly.
I honestly don't know how in a COVID bubble.
He said that about the first one.
I don't know how in a COVID bubble and in a COVID secure pass where there are media that can't get access to the pit lane yet the
Family can.
No, but the partner of a racing driver can, and I think that's a bit ridiculous to let them in.
But that is happened up and down the paddock.
Yeah, I don't agree. If media can't get in to do their jobs, family who are just sitting there in the back of the chair watching on people, if this is COVID related, then they should close it down and just let the media people in if they're going to let them in.
Well,
It's
quite a
not
lot.
right.
Quite a lot of them have brought their partners.
Yeah.
You know.
Who do you think was favourite to win Bahrain? It seems to be Red Bull. I wouldn't go against Red Bull. Verstappen will win in Bahrain if he keeps on the track, that is, because he's had a record here of not finishing on the track, which is quite a lot in the past couple of years. That's Mazepin in the middle of the racing line, and Verstappen's going to be very angry about that. Mazepin coming out of the pit lane, but sort of put the car again into the middle of the track, not getting out of the way of Verstappen. So yeah. Mazepin was really a bit dangerous there. He put the car in a dangerous place. As
We haven't got a radio.
no, we haven't.
Max did press his radio button.
Yeah, but we haven't got radio open because they do try and limit the amount of radio they broadcast at testing because it's supposed to be ultra secret.
Are you recognising this form of line?
Yes, it's yours.
I love the fact that
I
'cause
tried
it's
flying Max
nighttime,
Verstappen, and I was using his car.
Yes, you are.
we can actually read the dash very clearly because it's nighttime.
Yeah, brakes and midpoint at 7. So brakes 7, midpoint 9, through 5th gear, uphill.
You're
nearly spun it.
You're watching the overlay. I'm watching.
I'm watching the dashboard. I can see it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
Down
joking.
4th gear, accelerate up.
Hello, I'm joking.
5th gear,
how
6th
are
gear.
you?
260
How'd you
kilometres,
do?
270, 280, 200. Oh, he's dropped down. He's backed out of it because he's got Sonoda just alongside him. So he was already slow in that first sector. He was compromised from Mazepin. He had a twitch at the top of the hill at turn 4 and again out of turn 10. So Verstappen there just getting out of it. But we're getting to the point where, look, this is again, how do you two read this? Mazepin should have just gone out of the way there. It's a bit.
Where could he go?
Yeah.
He
to
was
be
going around.
fair.
He was on the apex of the corner, right? Well,
He did get out of the way.
Inner side of the corner.
Okay.
And you know. He couldn't go anywhere else other than unless he left the track.
Initially on the onboard, I thought to myself,
I think what the radio would have said there, Max would have said, "Fuck, you could have." Sorry, you know that word.
Did you say that? I didn't hear you.
I said "rook," but
It sounded like
it sound. I know it's because I was trying not to say it, and I said "rook," and it said it so fast that it came out as the. It sounded like the normal word. Why didn't you tell me he was there? You know, I don't think it was. I don't think even Max thought it was. There was no hand gesture by Max because I don't think it was Mazepin's fault. Oh,
I'm gonna. Yeah, that's
I
one
hate
thing.
the fact that I'm supporting Mazepin.
Yeah, that's the one thing I was about to say. You don't usually support him, but I mean, in that instance, that Mazepin looking back at it, I know where to go.
Apparently, I drive like him.
Yes, you did. You just aggressively defend and shove me into a wall. So,
You drive like the SAS.
You drive like Pastor Maldonado. To be fair, I think that's a better one.
You
than
drive
Maldonado.
like him out of what's it called, that film that you both like, Die Hard. John McCain.
John McClane, yeah.
McClane, is it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Megan.
I thought he
He
was a
actually
singer.
drives similar to that in real life, so I
Long
drive like
time
this.
ago.
Megan. Alonso's on the track on a set of mediums.
Megan actually knows a bit of Spanish, don't you?
See.
See, are they?
Brief yellow came out on the track there, but it's okay. It's all gone now, all green.
Well, let's hope they're better at this than they are putting the front wing on.
Yeah, that was ridiculous this morning. They were
It's too complicated now,
Yeah.
right? Because the way it fits in is like it's got edgings at different layers,
Yeah,
and
with
it
Perez,
slides in,
yeah.
and you do an awful and like in IndyCar, you do a double lock each side,
Yeah.
right?
They were knocking it around, up, down, left, right, trying to get it round. It just
They
was
could
not
not
working.
get it to work.
No,
It's
they
like trying to
couldn't.
fit something in a puzzle piece.
You saw
It
the
doesn't
senior
fit.
mechanic this morning just going, "What the just
Yeah, bleep.
bleep bleep."
Bleep.
Oh, that's enough. I'm just getting the Murray tribute at the end ready with
Murray
the
Walker.
signal, because that's how we're ending both of today's coverages with a picture of Murray.
I mean,
as well as the broadcast.
There's some of the things that have come out that you know, because of the situation, we haven't been able to visit anybody in care homes. So Martin could only talk to him on the phone. And Martin has had a bit of a sleepless night thinking about the last few conversations they've had over the last few weeks and that. And he's convinced that Murray knew.
Oh, I think he
That there
did.
was. He said, "I won't bore you with it, but I'm not well, Martin."
Yeah.
But I think Murray knew.
He wouldn't have, he would have gone quietly as well. He wouldn't have announced it. He's not that type of person, was he, Murray? He wouldn't want to worry anybody. He would just...
No, his wife had the room next door, so they
Yeah,
were together.
Elizabeth.
Right, great man. And Formula One is what it is today because of people like him and Bernie, and the way they built up the brand was they did it together.
Yeah. And it's...
Without Murray building it up with his excitement, his Murrayisms, and genuine enthusiasm for the job, then I don't think Formula One would be the sport it
Yeah.
is today, because everybody has been saying today in all parts of the world that grew up listening to Murray. I mean, it's actually 20 years since Murray
United
retired.
States, yeah.
It's 20 United States Grand Prix late in 20 years ago in 2001.
September the 30th. It is
But,
September 2001.
Lewis, as Lewis has pointed out, that he didn't really go away.
Semi-retirement, wasn't it? He
it
came
was.
back.
You know, he still was a big influence on a lot of people and a lot of the broadcasters. Like we were saying, that even Josh has this crib sheet, right? That was his idea. Murray's first thing was 1948, a hill climb in
Shelsley Wash,
Worcestershire or somewhere.
Shelsley Wash, yeah.
Yeah,
In,
taking
in
over from his
Worcestershire,
dad that
yeah.
couldn't make it. The start of a blossoming career. He was a motorcycle
Ooh,
racer.
big, sorry to interrupt. Big
where
twitch
his
way
dad-
off for Hamilton at turn 4.
Whose dad was a champion, world champion, and the guy just meant so much to so many people. There has been so many stories said about him throughout the paddock by people today, and not one bad story.
I've never heard a bad
All
story.
saying the same thing. What an idol he was. He was a Formula One legend.
Yeah.
And his knowledge of this sport was second to none.
It's not the first time his death has been reported either. Because back in 1982, in South Africa, at the Grand Prix, a man was found, tragically, he died in an alleyway, collapsed. And many in the media reported it as Murray Walker had died in 1982.
Yeah.
And everybody in the paddock was upset until Murray came walking in with the microphone, going, "What do you want to talk about today then?" And I was like, "What?" And then they realised it wasn't actually Murray. Which was thankful,
it's like rumour and things like that are immense about people. Before she actually died, our lovely Queen Mother was reported dead by Canada, Australia, and about a dozen other countries on more than one occasion.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Well, the Queen herself has been announced, and Prince Philip more recently on BBC One. in the past couple of weeks.
Well, you were convinced the other day that
I was convinced. Yeah, I was convinced.
that Phillips, and he had a heart operation. I think he had a stent put in, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah. Lucky he's okay and continuing, and will next year get a birthday card from his wife.
This year?
Oh, wrong one. You're on 3 now.
This year?
Yeah. This year, get a birthday card from his wife. Yeah.
On the 10th
Yeah.
of June.
Oh, Megan's been researching it.
Well, she's a royalist, aren't you, Dal?
Yes. The red flag, by the way, it will come out in 1 minute 44 seconds.
Martin Brundle organises. He's
For
one
the
of
test?
the organisers of the Sandringham Flower Show, which is the like a country fair, and they have everything from big speedway stuff and the Falcons, the Falcons. The Falcons guys and things like the Falcon Air Display Team, where they come down on parachutes.
Oh, do you I remember seeing those at Sandringham.
Yeah, monster trucks and things like that.
I remember going to Sandringham on Mother's Day once before, actually.
On
in
Mother's
March.
Day?
Yeah, we went in March to Sandringham, and that was an unusual one.
It was possibly, it must have been then that it was a warm day.
Yeah, well, it's a warm day now.
Sandringham is about 80 miles south of us.
It's a long drive, but it is so nice.
It's a long drive because it's through countryside. There's no motorway.
Science stays third, 130.215. Red flag out in 45 seconds to test the procedure. But it's a lovely, the fields around the house. It's fantastic. You can see why it's one of the Queen's favourite residents.
Yeah, you two have spent a lot of time walking around Sandringham, haven't you?
So has Martin Brundle.
Yeah, but we actually parked next to Martin once.
Yeah.
At the,
couldn't stay around though, unfortunately, because he would have been there all day.
I saw. You said where is he? And said if there's likelihood he'll be, because he's one of the organisers, he'll be in one of the tents or doing something. And he was doing a public speak in one of the tents.
Oh,
and that day you two watched the Punch and Judy show next to Sarah Chatto, who is Princess Margaret's daughter's children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, chatting with them as well, yeah.
So,
very weird day that as well.
Yeah.
You two mixing with royalty.
I know. What are we like? And the apple juice. That's where it all started.
That's where the
Your
apple juice
obsession
started.
with
Joshua
apple juice.
usually has apple juice.
I've had to have
apple and black.
well, because
current
if I
today.
have apple juice in that flask all day, the heat in here, it would warp it and it'll start to smell and it'll be horrible. So blackcurrant, apple and water for testing. The normal sessions, nice apple juice.
Or just in general.
Available at a lot of the country houses and farm shops around the country is Sandringham apple juice. It comes in 6 flavours.
Yeah.
In nice-looking green presentation-like bottles.
Apple, and apple.
No, some spiced.
No, it's something like brambly apple and things like that.
What's the difference?
Ruby apples. And
Oh, different in taste.
Oh, completely, yeah.
Completely different in taste.
Do you know something strange?
What?
Okay, when you think of apple-flavoured things like in Haribo's, you think of green apples, right?
Yeah, they come from red apples.
Yeah, though, what do you think when it's apple juice? Red apples,
yeah.
Don't you think that's a bit weird?
No? Because as Dad says, we've been to Sandringham. We know why they use red apples instead of green apples.
She does a good deal as well.
Yeah.
You could,
the Queen's behind the counter like Del Boy selling them out.
You go, come on, Queenie, what you got? Well, I'll give you 5 bottles for 5 bottles for the price of 6.
Yeah, it's amazing. They're very expensive.
£100. No, dear. We'll never sell them at that. Let's do this. Right, I'll give you a deal. Right, you can have 5 for the bottles for the price of 4.
When do you turn to Parker?
No, that is.
That's better.
No.
Wait, by the way, don't tell Mom.
Don't call him names, dear. I'm going to call.
Yeah, by the way,
Parker is my lady.
Hang on.
Oh, don't. She's going to press.
Good. She's beautiful dead. But just quickly, no sign.
They press the button.
No sign of the red flag at the moment, which is very unusual. But to just end this little debate, Just to end this little debate.
I'm back.
Just to end this little.
Am I back? Yes, I'm back.
Just to end this little debate for a second.
Call blimey, love a duck.
Do not. By the way, His apple juice costs £100. I have to send him for an arm and a leg. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks, Jack. But yeah, red flag coming out soon, hopefully, to end the session. But to end
but who do you think, Brad wants to know, who do you think will win in Bahrain?
We covered
Lewis?
that ages ago.
Lewis?
Megan?
Yeah, but I want listening.
Verstappen.
I'm going Verstappen. I think Verstappen will win. Checker flag at 2 minutes' time. He's on 3 at the moment. And no sign of that red flag coming out, but with 2 minutes to go. Very good. But I'd just like to also point out that don't tell Mum, the fact is that they now sell the Queen's apple juice in a big, massive carton, in a big, massive glass bottle. So don't tell her that, otherwise she'll buy it.
That is the thing that Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, has... he has opened up all the estates and so that the public can actually get the benefit of them. And Sandringham is a prime example. And they have a lovely restaurant there. And
red flag. Yeah, go on.
They have a lovely restaurant there and a lovely shop. And then they have the Apple store on the right-hand side as you go in. On the right-hand side, the Apple store, which sells all the apple juice.
Not the Apple store, Megan. The apple juice store.
No, they don't sell phones, Megan.
Oh dear. Oh dear. So the session is now red. The session's red flagged. The drivers are going to do their practice starts with the 5-light procedure. So the session is over. And to end testing, we had a few glory runs, but it's Max Verstappen who tops testing with a top time of a 1:28.960. Yuki Tsunoda, that's the big surprise for everyone, in second place. Carlos Sainz is third. Kimi Raikkonen fourth. Lewis Hamilton fifth. George Russell sixth. Danny Ricciardo seventh. Sergio Perez eighth. Fernando Alonso ninth. And in 10th place goes Charles Leclerc.
I got a message here from George Russell. It says, also, they sell plants in the Apple store. And they do. They do,
yeah.
George, you're right, because George comes from Sandringham area. George is from Kings Lynn, like Martin. And yeah, thank you, George. He loves the apple juice as well.
Lando Norris is 11th, Pierre Gasly 12th, Esteban Ocon 13th, 14th for Nikita Mazepin, Schumacher 15th, Bottas 16th, 17th for Vettel, and Stroll 18th, and that is it! The session is over! Pre-season testing is done! 24 hours, and off goes Mazepin, off goes Sainz! They've come together down at the back of the track, and they've managed to get back on.
Can we see a replay of that?
It's Raikkonen. It's Raikkonen. Sorry, it's not Mazepin. It's Raikkonen. It's the Alfa Romeos. It blurs back into vision.
It is.
Yeah,
it is. And Sciencey babes didn't like that at all.
Sainz is going on the inside. Raikkonen shuts the door.
Is this a race?
Sainz is racing Raikkonen at the back of the track right now. The DRS is still being open. It looked like they ran each other out wide at turn 9. Here's what happened. So Sainz launched at the inside, they made contact. Sainz dove up the inside at turn 10 and nerfed Raikkonen off the track. So that must have been some sort of brake failure from Sainz, and he just couldn't stop. He's managed to get down to pit lane speed now, but what on earth was that from Sainz?
We don't know until we find out, but do you think that they really enjoyed that last half a lap? I think they did.
Oh, yeah, they were enjoying that a lot. You can tell.
I think that they probably planned it, just like, okay,
you be careful and just lunge up here.
Careful. And then we can race each other.
He put Sciencey babes probably went to Kimi and says, Kimi, let's pretend that we're racing to McDonald's.
Yeah, and just go out back wide. So, that's it. The session has concluded. 24 hours of pre-season testing. 8 hours a day for 3 days. Megan's checked that maths right.
And
8,
Kimi,
16, 24.
Kimi probably turned around and said,
24.
yes, I'll do this, but I'll only if you give me the toy out of your Happy Meal, because I've got 2 children.
It, or?
Yeah, 8 times 3. 24. Good. I got it right. I can do math. See? I can do math. So, everybody.
Oh, that's a lovely picture of Murray.
That's what's coming up next, yeah. I designed it as well. I nicked the background. So, who is going to win in Bahrain? I'm saying Verstappen. Dad? You're thinking about it, but I think I know the name.
Well, obviously, I'm going to say Lewis.
Yeah.
Right? And if it's not Lewis, then Alonso for the podium.
Yes.
Because Megan keeps kicking me.
Is that what's happening?
No, it's on a serious thing. Yeah, Alonso. I think Alonso could. He's got a good car underneath him, and he's got the skill. We all know that.
Yeah.
But to be honest, for the second place, I would go for Valtteri and possibly Max or Alonso for the third place.
I think Verstappen, and I want Alonso on the podium. Don't care who's the other one. Norris.
Okay, fine.
Tennant really has lost a lot of weight.
Yes,
Uh,
she's been in
you
the
know,
gym a lot.
And she's changed the finger that ring's on.
Oh, right, so it wasn't, so... suspicious.
We was wondering whether...
She was engaged, yeah. Well, that's it from pre-season testing. It ends after 3 days with Max Verstappen the fastest. My thanks to Ian Birch, my thanks to Megan Birch, my thanks to Edward Hunter, to Tom Gaymore, as well, to Matteo for joining me on the stream from Ribosome, to Craig Woolard and to Ali for joining me on the stream as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed.
Did he say good to us for us too as well?
Yes.
He did.
You
I'm just making him say it again.
Good. Well, hopefully you have... There we go. Hopefully you have enjoyed this 8 hours a day of pre-season testing. And we can only end today in one way. Absolutely one way. And I think we both agree.
All of us agree, don't we?
Yeah.
That this whole broadcast is dedicated to the wonderful Murray Walker, who without, I don't think any of us would be here today doing it. Certainly I wouldn't have started commentating, and you wouldn't have introduced me to Formula One if it wasn't for Murray's influence, and Megan wouldn't be here dragging me
I
in.
first listened to Murray when he first when I was a very young boy, and I'm nearly 60, and when Jimmy Clark was racing and things like that. So it shows you how long ago I've been listening to people like Murray and to Raymond Baxter and Tiff Nadell and people like that. And Murray is back up in the sky with his cohort now.
James Hunt.
James Hunt,
that's gonna be a nightmare
and with his friends such as Sir Sterling, and
Sterling, Ayrton.
and people that he admired like Ayrton Senna and people like that. I'm sure Murray's having a whale of a time reintroducing himself to people that, and I'm sure they'll have a whale of a time listening to his stories, which are fantastic. He's the things he used to talk about. You could listen to him for hours, couldn't you?
And we do. We still do. And we still will. That's the thing. He's going to be around for a long, long time. He will never be forgotten.
I just want to tell one story before you go.
Yeah, sure. Got time.
And it's David Croft talks about his best memory of Murray was he came into the commentary box with his little boy who was then 3.
Yep.
And Murray made such a fuss of the little boy, and they talked for 25 minutes about cars. And Murray had such an enthusiasm for cars and enthralled this 3-year-old and gave this 3-year-old a lifetime of commitment to this sport, because that's what he did. He did it to not only David Croft's son, but my son, my daughter, and everybody who listened to him was absolutely enthused by his knowledge and his wit. My wife says that maybe it's his advertising background which made him such an orator. He really told a story so well, which I don't always do, but I try to. And I'm beginning to sound like Jim. Do you remember Jim Rosenthal?
Yeah.
Right, and Jim said some very nice things about him yesterday, and all his friends and everybody who admired him like we did will miss him.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, definitely.
If you want to know, actually, thanks. That's just broadcast at the moment. 2 special airings of F1 Legends of Murray Walker is coming up on Sky Sports F1 today, 4:10. So shortly after Sky F1's broadcast, and again at 9 o'clock tonight, of the F1 Legends interview with
Joshua
Murray
Hadsu,
Walker.
as we said earlier on today, has the. I taped him.
The unmistakable
the
Murray Walker,
unmistakable Murray Walker, and if you can catch that, if it's on YouTube anywhere, have a look.
Yeah, YouTube and Dailymotion.
That'll give you an idea of the background of what he was like with the people he worked with, which was beautiful.
Do you know what my first memory of a book is, actually?
What?
Do you know that book that you have
one.
about Murray? Yeah, with one with the green on it.
Yes.
That's my first memory of a book.
And that book, by the way, is the little stat book with all of the Murrayisms that he's ever had in that we bought from Duxford
Yes.
back
Yes,
a
it
couple
was
of years ago. Yeah.
It was on sale at I was looking in the American War Museum
Yeah, Duxford. Yeah.
at Duxford, and they had a book sale on, and as soon as I saw it, I turned around to your mum and said, "Look at this! We showed him this. We asked how much it was, and we'd bought it for you before
I got it. Yeah,
before
I
you
remember,
even was shown it."
I was reading it in the car all the way back as well, and all
And the Murrayisms
drawings,
were just making us laugh.
Oh,
The only
fantastic.
thing wrong with that car. There's nothing wrong with that car, except it's on fire.
I should have said that in Bahrain. Once we knew Grosjean was all right. He'll never be forgotten. There'll never be another like him either, and that's the upsetting thing that we've lost Murray. But
A
still,
legend.
Yes.
You've gone pretty close.
Oh, thank you. Everyone said that. Well, it's nice, but no, there's never been another Murray. But
There are sometimes
Yeah.
sometimes he's such a fan of Murray that, like I'm beginning to sound like Jim Rosenthal here.
oh yeah, I'll go for Murray.
I sometimes listen to Joshua in full flow, and you can hear Murray.
And that's what's scary.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying. It
Yeah,
just sort of
but
just
he's
sort of
had
happens.
that much influence on Joshua
Yeah.
that that's the style. And Rosanna Tennant has got a Gucci belt, hasn't she?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. It's just adjusting it around as Jillian Palmer and her talk, and they've
Yeah,
just
it is
finished their
Gucci.
broadcast. Yeah, they've just finished their broadcast, so we better go off here.
Megan, do you like Gucci belts?
Didn't know they made belts.
You see, that's it.
Right.
Megan. She's only
Yeah.
just started being a fashion icon, hasn't you, with your leather jacket?
I've always worn my leather jacket. I
Right.
like leather.
We've got to go off here because we're going to run out of the time in the
Okay.
next 20 seconds. But
Okay, we've had a nice
Yes,
talk
nice
about
talk about Murray,
what Murray meant to him. I've talked up Lewis, and Megan's talked up Alonso.
it's been a successful test, isn't it?
And to be honest, Alonso needs talking up.
Yes. So, coverage details. Coverage details of
Ow.
the next races. We are back the 25th, 26th, 27th, and 28th of March. This one's 60 on the Friday
26.
test. Yeah, the 26th on the Friday. So, we will be covering all of Formula One live in Bahrain and the opening round of the MotoGP World Championship with race only on Sunday. I think Megan's in the box for that one, so she'll stick around
Probably.
after the
Is it a
Grand Prix.
delayed broadcast of
I
the
think
Sunday race?
I think it is a delayed broadcast of the MotoGP Sunday race,
Hmm.
yeah, because it might be time clash. But the next race in Doha
Okay.
a week later will be live. But
I'm gonna stop now because
Alright.
as to say, rest in peace, Murray.
yes, so we will be back in just 2 weeks' time. But there's only one way to end the broadcast. Rest in peace, Murray.